Good evening, all. Frank, are we ready? Fantastic, thank you.
Man, goodness.
I want to welcome everybody to our council meeting tonight. Marnie, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Here.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
And Mayor Don Horton.
I'm here. Let's see. Greg Dolly, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which we stand, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all very much. All right, council, are there any requests for additions or deletions?
Yes, please.
Yes.
I would like to do the youth council real quick before they have to leave to go to other
Okay.
events.
That's not on our agenda, but we'll throw the youth council up first. Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, any?
Yep, I would like to pull tab 13 and move it till June, where we have all the information we should have for us to read and make a decision.
What's tab 13?
Tab
Right
13
chair.
is the resolution approving the ranking recommendation of the freebie, or the ride share.
What information are we missing?
Well, I only got one of the bids in my packet. I don't know if you got two. I only
No,
got
but
one.
you can request it.
Well, I didn't know until Sunday night, so I'm asking to defer it so we have time to, hear. This is a major decision for this community. You and I, Don, have talked about a trolley system. We've talked about vans, and I would like to schedule a workshop in June to have the applicants come down and present what they would like to see happen in this town and what we, the community, would like to see happen in this town. So that's why I'm asking.
Asking to pull it until when?
June.
So if we pull it, the cone of silence remains. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I don't want that to happen.
Okay. Anna, do you have an objection to pulling the tab 13?
I do not have a preference as long as we make a decision before the contract with Freebie currently is up.
And when
Which
is that
is
contract up, John?
July.
July.
I thought it said July.
July, okay. Steve?
Yeah, that was my question, is it when the deadline is for that? If we're ahead of that, then I'm fine with it.
You're okay in July, okay?
But the cone of silence will stay in effect if we just pull it. We can reject the bids, but if we just pull it, the cone of silence stays in effect.
Yes, it will.
John,
That's
do you want to weigh in?
That's correct. The only concern I have about that is a logistics one, because if we reject all bids, then we would need to put a new RFP out to consider it again. So we'd have to make sure that Ron could, or not Ron, but staff could do that in a timely manner to get it before the agreement is up in July. One issue that Ron just mentioned is you could also hold a workshop on it if you want, if you're concerned about wanting to hear from either or both parties. There is an exception to the cone of silence if it's at an open public meeting. So that's an option. I don't know if that's a concern, but I thought I'd mention it since Ron asked about it too.
That's good. Is everybody okay?
So I know that the last time this topic came up, we had a house full of people in here, and there was a lot of concern that was, going to go away. I don't think in any way this is going to make anything go away at this point, and I think a workshop is probably not a bad idea.
Thank you.
Anna, you're okay with it being put off. Steve, you're okay. Deb, I understand
I'm not.
You're not, and your opposition is noted. So we've got three. I'm okay. We can put it off till June, but I would like to have a workshop if we're going to put it off.
So if we could pick that date before the end of the meeting, that way we can give the two applicants time to come down and present to not only the council, the community, what is best for our future with rideshare. We know we're going to continue it, but I think we should have some options and we should know what's best for this town.
But the RFP that put out doesn't give us any options besides what was in it.
Can't we at a workshop ask questions or have them, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, that's why I brought up with John. It's my understanding that one of the exemptions in the Code of Silence is a publicly noticed meeting, which a workshop would be. We've had a request from one of the applicants of why they weren't reached out to, et cetera. This way we can invite, both proposals to come in and answer questions. If we needed to redo the RFP, for example, let's say it's too restrictive, whatever, we can always redo it. But at this point, it's on the street, there's a cone of silence. The only way we can actually discuss it amongst yourselves is to have a public meeting, which is why I thought the workshop, rather than waiting until June and then doing this again, prior to June, have a workshop, let both parties come in, answer questions, clarify their proposals, for example, if we misinterpreted something, for example, and then have the public come in, and if they have a preference for one or the other, they can state their preference. But at this point, it's either take it or leave it tonight, which a lot of people had an issue with.
But Councilwoman Gillis, you're correct. They shouldn't be modifying their proposals.
Right.
After.
And the proposal does not include a loop or a trolley or whatever you want to call that. The proposals doesn't include any of that.
Yeah, we can't change.
We
the-
can't
the proposal
change
is
the
there, right.
proposal.
Yeah.
We can reject the proposals, but we
Yeah,
can't
if you want to-
change the proposals.
Yeah, if we want to include that, it would be reject the proposals and then reissue to include that as part of the RFP. Yeah.
But if we were to reject them, would we still be able to put a workshop together, an RFP together, come back and hear these, have staff evaluate them again, and have this taken care of by July?
Probably, that
Probably
seems
not.
unlikely,
It
because
does.
usually your RFP,
Right.
especially this is going to be a complex one for them to put together if they've done part of it, but if we're adding more in, 30 days you would give as a minimum for them to respond, and then we'd have to meet, so I would say very, very unlikely.
And you feel like your answers, your questions would get answered if we have
Yes,
a workshop?
I haven't
and
even seen
you
the
can look
second-
at whatever was proposed?
100%. I didn't get the ability to see the proposals. We only got in our packet what the staff put in there, which should not happen.
All right,
We
well,
should have the
we're,
ability to see what is brought to us.
well, we're working with a consensus at 3, 4 at this point, so.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one more point?
Yes.
Is that it is true when it first came out, both proposals weren't in there, they were added. So if anybody watching at home wants to see both proposals, they are on tonight's agenda as attachments. They weren't on until yesterday, so I understand that. But I'm saying, if somebody now wants to look at them, both proposals are available on our website. If you just go to tonight's meeting tab, they are 2 items that are attached. So anybody now can see both items.
All right. Deb, your objection is duly noted. Do we, is a consensus good enough on this, John, or should?
I prefer if it's a motion to defer the item to June with a vote.
So let me have a motion and a second, please.
I'll make a motion to defer it till June.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I think we want to call the roll on this one. I want Deb's objection to be heard. Marnie, can you please call the roll?
One sec, please.
It's not
I got
mine.
Okay. Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
No,
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes,
And that motion passes 4-1.
Thank you.
all right. Are there any other additions or deletions?
does this include moving items?
If you'd like to move an item, we can talk about it now. I think so.
Okay, I would like us to consider moving the quasi judicial items, starting, I was trying to find the tab number. 23, starting with 23 to the end, to just after the reports and I guess before, well, we could do it after consent if you want.
So you
But
wanna
I'd like
the-
to move them up.
You want to move the quasis, that's tab 23, tab 24, 25,
And,
26. You want to move those to the front?
yeah.
Okay,
What
at
about
what
the
point-
ordinances that are at the very end, too?
You want to move those after our reports from Citizens Advisory and all those? Where do you want
Yeah,
to
I
move?
thought, you know,
Or after consent, where do you want to move them?
I'd put them after consent because consent should be easy. Is that okay?
Let's see, Steve, any objections?
No.
Okay. Anna? Vice Mayor?
Nope.
Okay, very good. We'll move those up then.
Thank you.
Just before resolutions, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is any more shuffling around here, folks? No, we're good? Okay. So let's do something fun real quick if we can. You know, our youth council is a very important part of this community and a very important part of our meetings in our village. We've got 3 members of our youth council that are graduating. And I would like to recognize them if I can. They've served the village well. They've made some good recommendations. They've done awesome presentations to us in the past. And we're very proud of them, and we hope that we continue with our youth council. So we have a certificate of recognition in grateful recognition of your dedicated service, leadership, and commitment as a member of the Islamorada Youth Council. Your contributions have positively impacted the youth and the community of Islamorada Village of Islands and exemplify the spirit and civic engagement and public service. So Allegra, are you here tonight? Would you come up? Let's see. But wait, there's more. Tristan, are you here? Tristan Rios. And then who is not here is Nathaniel. But if I can,
You need to.
I would like to congratulate you for serving well and helping us out. Kristen, thank you very much. We truly appreciate all the work you
There's people wanting to do photo ops. You want to go out?
What's
front?
that?
There's people wanting to do photo ops. You
I
wanna go
think
out
we
front?
need to do a photo, so why don't you all gather around here and we're gonna put them in front and center and we'll do a photo. Come on.
Oh,
come
you
on.
want all of us? I was just trying to
I
get
want
you
all
as
of
them.
Thanks, Deb.
Sorry.
You guys need to stand in the front, you're front and center. Yes, sir. Can't see it. Yeah, come on. I'll hold Nathaniel's together. Annie?
I know, thank goodness, you don't have a cane anymore.
All right.
Oh, you need to do this more formal.
Okay, let's move on now to our reports and presentations, announcements. We've got something from Aaron. Mr. Cutler, would you like to give us an update? I think it's exciting tonight.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'm Aaron Cutler, Project Manager for the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority. And I'm going to use the slides a little bit tonight. See if I can get it to work. I'm trying, I promise. There it is. Okay, so definitely excited to announce that as of last week, we now have all 34,362 feet of transmission main installed on the project. So I can't say enough how much I appreciate the public, the council, everybody involved with this project, and the patience that you guys have had, the support that you've shown. It's just under 7 miles, and we started this back in March of 2025. And the village and Plantation Key have had to deal with the traffic and all the situations with the school. Monroe County Sheriff's Office has supported us the whole way. You'll notice even now, as we had a meeting with the Sheriff's Office on Monday, and we've got a really, really small section up there by Julep Road where there's still about 200 feet of traffic control. That's there because once we get clearance from FDEP, we have to get the water up to drinking water quality, and there's some testing that needs to be done. So they wanted to leave a little bit of flexibility so they can make that connection just right, but they found a way to even get that out of there. The reason it's not gone yet today, the temperatures were around 99 degrees while they were paving, and the asphalt took a little while to harden up. But by the morning, even that section of MOT will be gone. So you'll see that all the MOT off the road as of tomorrow morning. Okay, so what we're going to be doing next is our connection work, and I want to show everybody this map. So I know it's kind of hard to see back here for the public, but basically each one of those blue boxes represent a gap that we have from the existing transmission main to our new transmission main pipe. And what we're doing is we're going in and we're shutting off the water, and we're putting in the connection pieces so we can tie the two pipes together. And that has already started. We've completed 2 of them already. We're scheduled to do another one on May 19th, which I think is next Tuesday at the Creekside Inn. There'll be a small little bit of traffic control, not on Overseas Highway, but it'll be right there by Vic's at that automotive shop. We've also been able to open up, I know some of the businesses have been challenged we've been trying to keep the old highway and the people getting back in and disrupting traffic, but we've been able to take that down as well. So each one of these connections are basically planned about 2 weeks apart. First or second week of June, we should have most of the connections done and get clearance from DEP is our target. And then there's some, the rest of June we'll be focusing on those connections, and then we'll move on to master meter work. So some of you may remember this kind of go by. We're basically on step 8 and step 7. Step 7 is when we connect the inner loops, and then we do the master meter connections next. And then after we finish that, we'll basically be spending the latter part of this summer doing restoration and paving work. So they're about 6 months ahead of schedule. I do want to let everybody know that. And let me see if I had anything else to just share real quick. So that's basically it tonight. So we're moving from the transmission main pipeline installation. There's no more night work that will be going on. This has been a 24-hour day operation for a year and a half. They'll now move to just daytime operations, and they'll be doing the connections, the master meter works, and then start working on the restoration and the paving. So I wanted to see if the council has any questions for me.
Council? Yes, Steve?
Yeah, when do you expect that paving to begin?
So what we're anticipating right now, I think, is they're showing August, like mid-August. Now, there'll be master meter work and some restoration work before that. The goal is that and there's some curbing they have to fix and sidewalk. The goal is that that's one of the last things that they do. When they get everything cleaned up, they come with the milling machines and then do the paving. If you've seen how we did in Isla Mirada and Windley, it's one of the last items that we'll do. But August to September, it'll probably be about a 30-day process.
Hopefully before school reopens?
Yeah.
Best case scenario?
Best case scenario, I mean, that's something that we'll definitely have to talk about as a project because we don't want to further impact that start of next year. That's a good point.
And that restoration, is that just Plantation Key?
So it's going to start from Snake Creek, where we started, and then even Old Highway, we're going to be doing some walkthroughs with the village, with AJ and Peter and the staff, because a lot of the hauling came from the Coral Way area there and along Old Highway. So there's some of those areas. We took videos before we started, and we're going to make sure that the contractor restores everything in kind as it was before they got there. Yeah.
Council, anything else? Aaron, I just want to thank you. I know it's been a long haul, and we were all getting a little tired of the work, but what's necessary, and thank you for all of the reports that you've given us and the updates. So I think the aqueduct and the contractor's done a great job, and you guys do deserve a hand for the work that you've done. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go, clean water. Okay, let's see. Jennifer, you have an update for us.
I do. I just wanted to quickly give everyone an update on our Plates and Plans event that happened on April 15th. It was here in the community center from 11 to 1. We were so excited with the turnout. I know it's going to sound not that big, but we had about 12 to 15 people, and for us that was a good number over the course of the 2 hours. We felt like that was a doable number for the first one, and they were very engaging. They asked a lot of great questions and had a lot of good input. I also wanted to thank Councilman Friedman, Councilwoman Gillis, and Councilwoman Richards, who attended as well. That was super helpful just to show your support. I know the others were, otherwise occupied, so I know you would have been there if you could have been. The staff that attended were myself, Daniel Parabach, Sheila Denoncourt, Paul Minning, and Ron Saunders was there as well. And we talked with the residents that attended and answered questions. Some of the topics that came up, I'll just give you an idea that people are interested in: the comp plan, traffic, parking and rights of way, hurricane evacuation, vacation rentals, affordable housing issues, tree mitigation, ride share, using Island Silver and Spice as a food truck court, mangrove trimming, noise complaints, and construction work and utility work being done in Port Antigua. So that's just a taste of some of the stuff that we talked about. So it was a good cross-section of the things that people are concerned about. We also had a feedback form and survey at the end that people could fill out about other issues, and we've received a few of those, so we're still looking at those. And people are interested in seeing more of these, and us continuing to do more of these, and maybe incorporating other departments as well. So right now, I think we're looking at every other month doing this because we feel like that's a good schedule. So we're looking at maybe scheduling another one towards the middle of end of June at this point. So again, I want to thank everybody that attended and provided information and feedback, and hopefully we'll see you at the upcoming ones. So thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Council, any comments to Jennifer? Nope, okay. Thank you, Jennifer, appreciate it. Let's see, next we need to move on to our Citizens Advisory Committee reports and appointments. And on our agenda, we have the appointments first. There are expiring seats. And so we're going to need some council liaison appointments as well. So, Marnie, would you like to introduce the item, and then I'll hand out our ballots?
Sure. So as of last year, we now have staggered terms for all of our committees, which means that we have approximately half of them expiring every May, which is when the process is spelled out in our code of ordinances to do reappointments. So that's where we are tonight. We have 24 seats that were expiring. We reached out to both members whose term was expiring, as well as putting out a recruitment process beginning in April to get new applicants as well. So there were actually a few folks who did not want to come back. So we do have most of them were interested in returning. On the council item, I have put the same information that's on the ballots. So I have the board, the number of openings, and the names of everyone who is interested in appointment. So the council communication spells out who's where, but the ballot just has the names. So most of them have a similar amount. There are a couple of committees where we have fewer applicants than we do seats available. So, we would continue to recruit for those until we're able to fill them. But that is where we are currently at. So we created these ballots. That seems to be how we've been doing these the last year or so, and they seem to work out well. So I left those with you, Mayor. So
Thank you, Marty, I appreciate it. So if you, I'm sure Deb, you had something you want to say?
No, I just was going to ask the procedure on the ballot, that's all. You may be going over that.
So if you look at, on the council communication on tab 1, you'll see who are asking or seeking reappointment, and then who the new applicants are. If I hand you these ballots, you're going to see one for Anna, y'all hand them there. You're going to see the names. You'll be able to check to see who is asking for reappointment. For instance, on Historic Preservation Commission, there are 4 openings. There are currently 3 that are seeking reappointment, and there's 5 applicants. So there's 4 openings, choose the 4, and we'll tally them up.
We're just going to check them.
Yes,
You
ma'am, I
want
think
4
just the
names
check.
in that case.
The check mark next to the names
Okay.
will be fine, and then we'll see, let Marnie tally them up and see how they would go, but I think that's fairly the easy way to do it, and hopefully we can do it, get it taken care of in.
And these are the people that have applied for
All of these
positions.
people, you have either applied to ask for reappointment or asked to be put on in an opening.
And we're not considering anybody else other than who's applied?
The new
Yes, sir.
applicants in a reappointment, yes, sir. Yeah, these are the folks that showed interest in staying on or being put on.
And please remember to put your name on the ballots.
Mm-hmm.
I can't follow directions, I did X's.
Do you need another one?
No. We like X's.
We're not playing tic-tac-toe. Okay. Marty, you want to gather these up then? You're going to look, I'm going to put it on. You know, you want to know. So while Marnie's checking that out, we can also ask the question going around for council liaison appointments. As you know, each council member is appointed or has appointed themselves to be a liaison in each of the committees. The question would be, Anna, are you happy with where you want to stay? Do you want to stay on those committees, or would you like to change?
I'm fine where I am unless somebody wants to change something.
I'll trade you.
Depends on
No,
what you got.
it's
What do you
okay.
got to
Yeah,
offer?
Whatever.
He has workforce.
I have workforce, affordable housing.
That's all you.
Yeah, it is what I'm interested in, but if you're okay, you stay
Yeah.
there.
No, I'm fine.
Vice Mayor, you're good? Steve, you're good where you're at?
I'm fine.
Serving well, thank you.
And
Yeah.
I'm good, and I have 2.
Okay, very good. Then we're all going to stay where we're at as far as the liaison appointments. Marnie?
The external ones, you okay?
Yep.
Oh, what? She put a 0. Okay, if you're going to be a minute, I'm going to let somebody, okay. Let's see, why don't we move on to Greg Dolly? Will you give us your presentation on the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee?
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Council members and mayor, thank you for your time today to hear our report from the Land Acquisition Committee. My name is Greg Dully, for those of you who don't know me, and I serve as chairman of the committee. Today will be a brief update regarding our recent activities, along with a request. Agenda number 1, priority list update. We sent out 68 revised letters to property owners within the village of identified properties that we thought would be great to acquire, see if the sellers would be willing for conservation. As a result of this effort, we had 2 owners of the 68 that expressed a serious interest in selling their properties, including the owner of the Choate property, which will be our next item. The Choate property is adjacent, just south of Horse Pens. It's a little sliver of property. It goes from highway to all the way to the end. It's about 17 acres. Adjacent to that, again, going to the south as the highway goes, is a large parcel that the Choate family had donated and is currently owned by the village. We reached out to him, and it's already zoned as conservation. The state took a look at it, but Horse Pens has a little bit of a clearance of a driveway that kind of encroached over to the property line. So for that reason, they declined to acquire it. We spoke to the owner of the property, and he's very willing to sell it. He had said that he'd entertain a price of between $8,000 and $10,000 for the 17 acres. So.
Say that price again?
You heard him right.
8 to 10 grand for 17 acres.
Okay.
Which we thought was very reasonable. The advantage there would, of course, lock it in as village property. It would remain conservation, and it's reasonably priced. We estimate appraisal costs to be about $5 grand. We're guessing survey costs about $2,000. So we're looking at $17,000 to $20,000 to acquire this property all in. It is a very high quality hammock. So the committee took a vote, and they've asked that you guys approve. We currently have $25,000 in our budget to use. So we'd like to use some of that money to acquire this parcel. And then, if we want to move on, so that was our first request. And then our second request is for the future. In the previous year, we had a budget of $1 million that we didn't spend. We were holding on to it while we identified the properties. Unfortunately, with this fiscal year, it got knocked down to 25. So the committee would like to ask the council folks that if it's at all possible for next year's budget to give us back our $1 million. We have 3 other properties that we've brought to you guys in the past that are ripe and willing to be acquired and would accomplish our goal. So that was just another special request. And that's it. Any questions?
So, Anna, any questions? No. Vice Mayor? Deb?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
The 3 properties, did you have an approximate total of the 3 properties that we'd like to earmark for the future? I know we presented them at
Yes.
a meeting a few months ago, but
Yes, but for tactical reasons, we've decided not to discuss that in today's meeting, if that's
Very good.
okay.
okay,
Understood.
okay, got it.
Anything else, Deb?
No, they were, in the meeting, they were trying to help put together some information towards our budget
Okay.
coming forward. So
Okay.
there's more details to come.
To come, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Steve?
We'll have that. I think it's too premature because when's the next fiscal year start? When's the budget
We'll
start?
start budget meetings July,
Okay.
June, late June, early July.
Okay.
So that brings up a question. Ron, what do you have as far as the schedule right now for a budget?
Probably not till July, but I wanted to raise one point. my understanding was that the total price was 8 to 10,000 for that first parcel?
Yeah, he's just looking to recover his, whatever taxes
Since
he's
that
paid.
part is budgeted, I would recommend that you make a motion to approve that recommendation, because we can do that under my current budget authority, and if you want to move forward with it, I don't even think we need an appraisal, because for $8 to $10,000 for how many acres?
17, well,
17.
just shy of 17, it's
That
like
would
16.
appear to be a pretty good
9 and change.
price. So if you want to proceed, I'm saying that rather than waiting on that one, and the other, we can start looking at our budget recommendations. We won't know until the property appraiser comes out with the tax rolls, so that gives us our budget starting point. But for this one, I don't see any reason to wait if we want to go ahead and proceed with the smaller parcel. And then once we get a better idea of what we should have for a budget for next year, we would certainly look at bumping it up from the current amount.
Yeah, I'd be happy to come back next meeting or whatever, we have time to present the other 3 parcels prior to the budget. I had presented them in the past, but again, the committee had decided that they didn't want to do that today. They thought it was a little too far out. And just to clarify, I was rounding up, it's 16,964, 16.964 acres.
If I could ask everybody to please silence your cell phones. It's the third one that's gone off during the meeting. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And I agree with Ron, I mean, for 8 to 10 grand, I don't know if it's worth doing an appraisal, but just
Whatever
because I
we
didn't know if it
legal-
was procedural, we just said we assumed that we'd have to get an appraisal.
Whatever we would legally need to do is what I think would be the right phrase. I'd make that motion that we move ahead with that piece of property. There is a budget of their land acquisition account had 25,000 in it, so.
So it would be a motion to approve the recommendation of the committee and authorize the manager or designee and the attorney to work with the committee to acquire the property.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
That's what you said,
I
you
got,
didn't hear?
I got a question related to that.
Okay.
Well, before we get a second. That's not on the agenda. The public hasn't been noticed that we're about to purchase a piece of property. I think we can open it up to public comment, but I think it's fair to the public, if we're going to start buying a piece of property, that maybe we should tell the public in an agenda item first, and then. So, you've got a motion on, but I think in fairness to the public, if we're going to start buying property, great piece of property to buy, but I think everybody should know before we just start moving and buying pieces of property, whether it's for a total of 20,000 maximum or 2 million or whatever. We're spending taxpayer dollars, and everybody should know on the agenda first, the way I look at it. So there's a motion on the table. I'll take a second if wants to give a second.
I think we might need some clarification too, because I was informed by a staff member that it's not 17 acres, it's 0.4 acres. Is that a miss? I think Peter, is Peter here? Or?
Is it no, it can't be. Is it really?
Yeah. Why don't we get some
Yeah.
clarification on this? We notify the public and we do this rather than just going out and spending money without the public knowing what we're doing with their tax dollars.
Yeah, I'm just
Karen-
going by the
okay.
property records here, that's what
So-
it said.
Deb, would you like to withdraw your motion, or you just want to let it die for a second?
I guess it
Okay.
doesn't matter.
It died a slow death. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Council,
I'll withdraw it.
would you like us to explore that and then potentially bring it back as a resolution for council to consider at the next meeting?
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you need that in the form of a motion?
No, we're good.
Okay, very good. Let's see, do we have a tally yet?
We do. We also have a tie.
Of course.
Of course we do. Okay, so for the Historical Preservation Commission, it will be Roland Moore, Jerry O'Cathy, Daphne Sanitz, and Craig Zabransky. Land Acquisition, Carolyn Ambler, Frank Derfler, Greg Doley, Tammy Gregilio, and Dirk Snodgrass. The LPA, we are adding Cheryl Culberson, James Ryan, and Matt Turk. The Parks and Rec was everyone who was applying, and we still have one seat open. So we have Natasha Early, Joe Janik, John Weir and Kelly Borich with one open seat that people can still apply for. And then the workforce housing, that is Joe Babineau, Dean Eakin, Anna Reckwert, and Frank Durfler. In nearshore water regulation, we have a tie. We have Diane Harbaugh and William Todd are confirmed, and a tie between Sarah Hamlin and Dirk Snodgrass. And if it's any help, we just appointed Dirk to the land acquisition.
So you just want us to pick one of either Sarah or Dirk?
Yes.
Can I suggest that we just take Sarah since Dirk just got on another committee? Sarah's not on a committee?
I think we should.
I think we should
forgot to
vote
give you
no
the
matter
choice.
what,
Sorry.
but-
I think we should vote.
Just for near shore, between Sarah and
Yeah.
Dirk.
Sit between Sarah and Dirk.
And I assume you'll send us out, excuse me, a list of who actually we voted on, because I didn't have my paper in front of me when I was marking.
Okay. While we're going through this, I asked Marnie at the beginning of the meeting, when I was alone with her, if where your ears didn't hear me, if we check to see these folks that are on here, are they registered voter in the village? And we don't do that. And I think that people that serve on our committee should be registered voters in the village of Islamorada. I don't think it's right that necessarily somebody that, what? I don't know if it is or not. I don't know what I don't know. I think that, I don't know.
Should they be registered voter or just Islamorada citizens? Registered citizens. I mean, you know, like verified addresses.
I think if somebody's going to be, I don't know, it can have an effect on our taxes, it can affect on policies that come through to this council, and I think that's the registered voters are the ones that are affected by that.
Do we know what the old guidelines said?
I don't know.
I don't either. I don't remember.
Something to think about.
I'm pulling up here to see what the minimum requirements are.
How we looking, Marnie?
We have 3 for Sarah, so Sarah Hamlin will be our last member of the committee.
Okay, so now we've officially got our appointments done, but there's still some openings, you say?
Correct, yes,
Just
there's
one.
at least one opening in Parks.
Okay, very
That's
good.
in Parks and Rec, right?
Right. All right, I guess we can now move on to Citizens Advisor, or Charter Review Committee report.
Did you want an answer from John?
Excuse me?
Did you want an answer from John about voters voting?
It's resident. They have to be a resident at the time of appointment and throughout their term.
Just a resident?
Just resident, yeah.
Okay, I don't mean just a resident, it's important. Sorry about that. Okay. Jennifer, you got something on the Charter Review Committee? You and John?
John does.
Yeah, and I know our chair is here, the chair of the CRC is here as well, which is Ty Harris, sorry. But we are looking for guidance from the council. So the Charter Review Committee put forward a handful of suggested items that they thought would be beneficial, that they are recommending to the council to put forward to the voters. We would need to have, we put our ballot items on via ordinance, so we would need to have an ordinance in our June meeting for first reading and then have second reading in July, and that way we would be able to make the ballot for the November election. I know that they were circulated to you all. It's also in your agenda. I can go through them briefly and I can answer any questions if you have them. The first proposal has to do with changing the terms of the council, going from, this is multiple changes are being proposed in this one. It goes from 2 years to 3 years. It would then stagger the terms. and would stagger the terms starting with the November 2026 election. So three people, if you're either elected unopposed or with the highest total number of votes, would get 3-year terms. They would get a term added on to the 2 years as a transitional phase, and then you would from there you would have the staggering where 3 people would have would be up for election, then you'd have 2 up for election, then you'd have no election, and then you go back through the cycle again every 3 years.
And this would commence from this November's election?
If approved, yes. Then the people who are elected in the November election would get an additional year added on. Councilwoman Gillis had asked me about to make sure that was okay during her briefing. Since we're adding on as opposed to taking away, legally we thought that was okay to do, that we could have it start with the 2026 election, should you all choose. And it also changes the term limit. It changes it from a number of years to a number of terms. That way, if there's ever a change in the future in terms of how many years a term is, you wouldn't have to modify the term limits. So it changes it from what is currently at for 8 years, and it just says 3 terms. So 3 terms would be 9 years. But as opposed to saying 9 years, if it ever changed to 2, then that number, having that odd number doesn't work. So we went with the terms as opposed to the number of years. So that's the proposal there. So I would just need some guidance if this is something you want us to put together, because then we have to put together a ballot question, summary title, so that meets the statutory requirements. This is what's recommended from the committee. You all can say yes or no, or you can make modifications to it if you'd like to see it in a different way as well. The second provision has to do with council salary and benefits. They're proposing an increase from $1,000 a month to $1,500 a month, and then also adding in a cost of living adjustment to go along with that as well. Then there's a provision with that I'll call the postponement of agenda items. It sets forth, it accepts out quasi-judicial items, but once an item has been placed on the agenda, the proposal, if it were approved, would require that it could not be postponed unless village staff determined that there was a good cause for the postponement, or if it's a majority of the council votes to do that at the council meeting. Then there is a change for the council member vacancies, which would change the timing of what would trigger a special election to fill if there's a vacancy. So if a council member resigns, if that is triggered, if the remainder of the unexpired term is less than 50%, then you would have, within 6 months, you would be required to, if it's more than 50%, within 6 months, you would be required to hold a special election to fill that vacancy, and then that would your successor would be elected through that special election. Obviously, that's contingent. The 6 months, we have to get approval from the supervisor of elections. They have to give final approval as to when the day would be, but that gives us a deadline as to when that special election would take place in order to fill that vacancy. There's also a proposal that relates to what I'll call village property. It's a requirement for a supermajority vote to acquire or sell village real property, or if you want to make any comp plan amendment or zoning change to village property. We couldn't do that on other people's property, but I think we can do that. It's a property that we currently own. We can put a heightened burden on ourselves if we want to rezone our property that we have. That's a proposal that has come. Then the final issue actually deals with death during qualifying, or I shouldn't say death, a vacancy in candidacy during qualifying. That was what was discussed because that was the issue we had dealt with a few years ago. But a vacancy in candidacy, there's death is probably the most common way, but other people can get removed from the ballot. So there are two proposals. One of them we could actually just do by ordinance, which it's up to you all, but it seems to me that it is much simpler, and it would allow us just to move forward within the next couple of months so that we could have that in place for this upcoming election if needed. And that would just, the impact of a removal of a candidate from the ballot would just, you wouldn't have any further qualifying period. And if you have less than 2 people on the ballot, that person would just go in as unopposed, and they would move forward. There was another proposal that would reopen the qualifying period. If you wanted to do that, we would need to make a charter change, or that would need to be a charter change proposal for the citizens to vote on, and that would basically reopen it for a limited period of time, so that if somebody dropped out, you could have there could be a new candidate that would fill that spot, or could be multiple candidates. If you were already qualified before the vacancy occurred, you wouldn't need to requalify again. You would continue on, but it would open up the qualifying period again to allow for more people to come in. So that one is the committee did not make a recommendation on that, other than the fact that we need to address it. So they put forward, the potential charter change option as well as a code change option to address that. And those are all of the items that were approved by the CRC to bring forward to you all.
Council? Deb? I'm sorry, Steve, she raised her hand.
Okay, so can I start with the last one first?
Sure.
This one about death or lack of somebody being disqualified for some reason. The way the one's worded for the charter change, no matter what, the odds are that the person's name is still going to remain on the ballot, and if we qualify a new person, that person's name will not be on the ballot. It would look more like a write-in, because it will have already gone to press, and the elections department wouldn't have the ability to take the one person's name off and add the new person's name on. That's part of the reason why they need us to qualify in August, because they have to go to print. Okay, so I personally think that we ought to do the ordinance version where we control it. And what that means, though, is if there's only 2 people and somebody dies or is disqualified for, it's an automatic, it's like running unopposed.
Well, that's option B.
But that's option B.
Right.
But the other way, the person that's going to run against the one remaining, his name's not going to be on the ballot. So I would be for option B, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay. Steve?
Yeah, I think just before we get into the details, John, we have approximately 6 different items for referendum, should we decide to take all of them. Are each one of them going to be a different voting block on the ballot? Are they going to be blocked in as one? How is that going to work?
They will be separate with the exception of the staggered terms one. The proposal that came from the CRC was that in their opinion, it only made sense if you block those together, because they felt if you got an approval of a staggered term and you stayed with the 2-year terms, then you'd literally have a village election every single year. And so they thought that it only made sense if you coupled it together with the 3-year term. So that one would be, at least as proposed, would be grouped together. All of the others would be separate ballot questions for a vote up or down by the electorate. And I should say, we don't necessarily need a definitive approval from everyone tonight, because obviously we'll have discussions about this at first and second reading. But before I started spending time on drafting, ballot language for this, if there were any that you definitely did not want to do, or like Councilwoman Gillis said, prefer the ordinance option for the vacancy in a candidate, which I should say we do need to address under statute. We have to address that. Then I don't need to create a ballot question for it. It's just I want to make sure that I'm using my time wisely as to what you all want to see.
So each one stands on its own. They can pass some and fail some.
Yeah, and I just want to thank again the committee for doing all this work. I think they have some great recommendations here and really put in the time on behalf of everybody. So appreciate all your work, Ty, and everybody on the committee.
And I should say for our ordinance, I will have them all in the ordinance together. It doesn't mean you can't, carve one out. But for the ballot, I was answering your question for the ballot, but when I present it to you all, I'll present it all as a single ordinance to make it just crisper and easier for discussion and passage purposes.
Okay. Deb, your mic's still on. You still have something?
Sorry.
Okay, Anna?
Well, no, I was just wondering where we're going with option B or...
Well, we'll figure that out in a minute, I guess. Anna, you got anything you want to talk about these things?
No, not really. I mean, they put in a lot of work, a lot of effort to do this, and I think it's up to the public to decide what they want.
Vice Mayor? Agree. So I completely agree too. I think we had a great committee. I'm thankful for all of the hard work that the committee put in and the time they spent. I'm thankful for the folks that showed up to all of those meetings. I watched every one of them. I came to the first one, but watched every one of them on, and there was a lot of good discussion and deliberation, and I think they did a good job. And Ty, I hate to toot your horn, but I think you did a good job leading them. Ty, while you're here, is there any comments you'd like to make since you were the chair of the committee? You could have just said no, and we'd have come in.
No, because I hear some huffing in the back, so it makes me want to kind of address where some of these recommendations came from.
Okay.
First, we weren't doing this in a vacuum. We had League of Cities, we had Weiss Serota, we had great staff support from Jennifer, Marnie, and Frank. So we weren't just fumbling around. And on top of that, we had veterans of the LPA. Lori Lalonde, Susan Raffanello, Roger Young, who's now been appointed. So it's not like people were coming without experience. Also, I think we did a good job focusing on cities that are similar in size, that are coastal, to look at what they did in terms of where we should focus our efforts. And, the first thing that Deb was talking about was what do we do with these situations where people drop out or they die? In the 8 years that I've been here, we've had 2 resignations and a death while they were on council. So we thought it was very important that we addressed that. I've heard some whispers in the back when we talked about raising salaries. It's not a lot of money in the big scheme of things, and a little bit more seemed to be kind of in line with what other cities are doing that are our size. So we would still be on the lower end of compensation. I think the other one that I've heard in the community as being an issue is the 3-year term. And I think it's very important that people understand where the 3-year term came from. A budget cycle in the village is a 3-year cycle. You all remember your first term here, you came in 2 years into a 3-year budget cycle and were having to digest the previous council's budget. The idea is for fiscal accountability that you're going to run through an entire cycle. So you're going to own it. From soup to nuts, you're going to own your own budget cycle. We're not going to get caught in the middle with a council that says, what was the previous council doing? So I thought that was important. We also discussed that from a continuity standpoint for staff, it's easier if you have the same people on council. I don't care what anybody says. Having been on staff, I know the first year being on council takes acclimation. And I don't care what I hear on the radio or I read in Islamorada Community Alliance's newsletter, it's not true. And so having that 3-year term allows people to acclimate themselves. Nobody can sit here and tell me you were more effective in your first year on council than you were on your second year. You know more. Imagine with 3 years, you're going to know more. The counter argument to that is, well, if we don't like somebody, we think they're doing a bad job, a 2-year term, we can kick the bums out. So that was the counter argument to keeping the 2-year term. But I want you to understand where the 3 years come from. It comes from fiscal accountability for your budget. So that's what I have, and I hope you accept our recommendations, because we had a great group that worked on it.
Thank you, Ty. I appreciate that. And yes, you did have a great group and good leadership, so we're thankful for that. So I don't hear anybody grumbling over any of these, except we do need to address for John option A or option B on the death during qualifying. And Deb, you've already said that you like option B.
True.
You prefer option B. Okay. Steve, do you have a preference over the two?
I do not.
Okay. Anna? Okay. Are you, well, I guess we need to give John some direction. So would you prefer to have option? I guess
I'll give the direction. Never mind.
I guess I asked the question wrong. Will y'all let me know what you would prefer, option A or option B? Let's do that like that. How's
So
that?
you could think of it this way: is it do you want another item as, because we're looking at 6. This could be part of the deciding factor. Besides, I think it's just cleaner. 6 items on the ballot that we need to educate people on. This would take 1 off. You'd only have 5 items on the ballot, potentially.
Well, and it keeps
And-
John from having to write 2
well,
different
and-
options on this
yeah.
as far as the
Well, we don't-
legalese that goes into
Right.
having to do this vote as well.
Right. I just think it's important for people for us to realize that no matter what we do, if that be the case, which was the case last time, is both names stayed on the ballot. And they're going to, and people are going to vote for the person who stepped off, or the person who got disqualified, or the person who died. It's going to happen, because people don't pay enough attention as to what's going on. I hate to say that, but that is what happened. So it's just cleaner just to clean it up from the beginning and just let the person. Now, if there's 3 people in that seat,
Then there would still
then
be,
it would still be on the ballot.
there'd
And it
still
would
be 2 names on the ballot to
Right.
vote for. That's right.
Right.
Right. I personally like option B as well, rather than starting with
Okay, let's go with B.
B. You're on a B. Steve?
I'm fine.
Okay, we're good. Anna?
B is fine.
You're not left out then? Okay, so there you go.
So,
Yep, I'll have all of these back for the
So-
June meeting.
so can we,
All of the committee recommendations are, we'd like for you to go on, write whatever needs to be done, and then option B on the other.
Got it.
Okay.
so I did have a couple, I just started with the last one. I did have a couple
Oh, okay.
discussions
All right.
on the others.
Okay.
The postponement of agenda items, do we really think that we have a need? First of all, we have all seen long ballots, so I think we need to focus on well, they're all important, but important things on the ballot that we think need to be changed. Do we think we have a problem with things being postponed unwarranted? I don't either. So why are we doing this? And
I'm going to say because
this,
the committee decided that they feel like there was a need for that.
well, this provides for the council to still say, no, we don't want to hear it tonight. There's a provision in here.
Yeah, it still can happen, it's just a supermajority, right?
No, it's not a it's
Okay.
a majority,
It's a
not
majority.
a supermajority.
Ty, can I ask you, Ty, since you chaired, what was your rationale behind that? Maybe that'll help answer Deb's
This is for acquisition and sale?
No, this is for postponement
Yeah.
of agenda items.
So you look out in the audience right now, there are a bunch of people here. If you were to take an item off of the agenda that they all showed up for without good cause, I think you might send a bunch of people home kind of pissed. So the idea was to create a standard so that there's some standard at least for when an item comes off. And quasi-judicial is a different deal, but that we don't just take things off because the agenda is too long or we don't like the item, or even an applicant comes up and looks around and goes, geez, all these people are against me, I need to pull it. I mean, there were a lot of discussions about that. It wasn't directed at any particular council, it was just the frustration that people show up and then the item they showed up for isn't heard. So they want to hear a reason for that not being heard. And that was the genesis for that recommendation.
Okay,
But don't
Steve?
we,
I appreciate the reasoning behind that. My only issue with it is it's good cause is not really well defined.
Yeah, right, never has been. Right,
never has been.
Right.
And I even asked about that, it's good cause by the village staff, but the majority vote council doesn't say that we have to have good cause. Hopefully we would, and I think we have in the past. And we commonly ask, are you okay with pulling this item before we pull it?
Yeah.
And we look for, if we think that there's a problem, not necessarily with our council, but past councils or future councils. I just don't want to see so much on the ballot that people just ignore it all. I personally don't think we need this one.
Okay. Steve?
I can get on board with that. I think because it's a pretty broad definition of what good cause is, it seems that this, we could, even if it's voted on and passed in a referendum, then we're going to have debate of, we pull something and then, well, what's the what
If
defines
somebody
it?
have a really good reason and that's good cause enough, it's just another, yeah, I get it, okay. Are you guys okay with rejecting this proposal? You are. Anna? Yeah, all right. So there seems to be a consensus on the postponement of the agenda item, and item is now rejected, so we won't even need to write that one up. Okay?
Okay, my next one, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
I dwelled into these. I
But
thought
wait,
that's
there's
what we
more.
were going to do, so. The next one is on council vacancies. I understand where we were trying to go with it, or where they were trying to go, where we're trying to get to. If we have somebody resign within the first 30 days, it says that within the first 6 months, you have to hold an election. What are you going to do for 6 months? Council is going to appoint somebody to take their place.
Right.
You're going to have, except for 1 year, if I got this right, on the cycles, except for, assuming we get 3-year terms. Assuming we get 3-year terms.
Yeah.
You're going to have an election within the year. And the council's going to have to make an appointment anyway. What did we accomplish by writing this?
Well, it's not duplicative like it was before.
You think it's cleaner?
I think it's cleaner. I think it gives the people a chance to weigh in.
Well, I think that what it said before is what this says. But because we had 2 years terms, it was clouded.
John, do you want to shed some light on that?
Yeah, this provision was never updated when we went from 4 to 2-year terms, and what happened, as Councilmember Friedman, I think it was you pointed out that it was duplicative before, in that if you had more than 50% or less than 50%, you went to the next village election, and the next village election, regular election, was just every 2 years. So
Happened either way.
yeah, so this is a provision that if the 3-year terms are rejected, would require an election before the end of that 2-year term. Whereas, so this would apply whether you have a 2-year or a 3-year term. So even if you have a 2-year term, if somebody resigns, 4 or 5 months into the term, you're going to have an election before the next general village election. So you will have an election for the remaining year or whatever it is on that term. So this, I guess it changes it so at a minimum, if we stay in the 2-year term, we will always have, we won't ever get into a position where, we won't have an election, that it'll just be an appointment for the remainder of the term. I feel like I'm confusing myself and I'm confusing you guys.
It's still confusing.
Yes, so, okay. As it stands now, if we have a 2-year term, you would never have an election, a special election for a vacancy. If we move to 3-year terms, as it currently stands, you would have a special election because, depending on the time, because you could have an election, a regular village election, prior to the end of that term. If we stay, if this is approved, it would ensure that you have a special election. It would ensure there's always a special election, whether it's a 2-year term or whether it's a 3-year term. It would just specify as to when it takes place. But this would ensure that you do always have a special election, even if the 3-year term gets rejected.
So if even on a 2-year term, this is so confusing. On a 2-year term, if somebody quits, dies, resigns, whatever, there would have to be an appointment until an election, but it would happen at the next, it would be a special call election.
Correct, as long as it was more than 50% of the term remaining. If it's less, so say we're at the 2-year term, if somebody resigns 11 months in, you would have a special election. If somebody resigns 13 months in, you would not. You would appoint for the remainder of the term.
That's how I understand it.
Yeah.
And then with the 3-year term, then the math is just different. It's a 1.5 years in. On either side, you would have either appointment or election.
But doesn't a special election cost money to the taxpayers?
Yes, it does. It does.
That's something to think about.
And we don't know, it's been reported anything from, 17 or 18 to 30,000. We won't know.
Right.
Well, that's why we're going to let the voters decide, should we?
And so
Yeah,
the
but
voters would decide.
The voters would
Because we're going to have
decide
a
whether
special
or not.
election anyway with 3-year terms. We're going to fall on an off year.
Yeah, we probably would fall on an off year.
Okay.
All right, next.
Next, you got another?
Of course I do.
Okay.
You think I don't? The acquisition or selling of property with a supermajority. I don't think we've had a problem. I think it's been pretty agreeable. And once again, I don't want to put too many items on the ballot that they all just get lost in the shuffle because you've got so many items on the ballot. I saw, was it the last election that the county had so many items, or the state? Somebody, anyway, it was a long ballot. And people get ballot fatigue. So I really don't think this is another one that is needed. The first two possibilities I don't think has ever happened. The comprehensive plan changes, I think there's only been a couple in all the years. So I would like it not to be put on the ballot as well.
I think the committee talked about this quite a bit, and there were several other suggestions the Charter Review Committee looked at and just felt like they weren't important enough. I think they took the time and went through this, and they felt this particular issue, because the taxpayer dollar is being spent in one way or another for land acquisition, and I think they felt that it was important enough to have that item on there. I don't know that it is or not. I don't remember any of the votes being close enough to where they were kind of
I don't think they were
arguing
a
over it.
3-2 vote.
Yeah,
They're mostly, maybe 4-1s. but-
yeah. Anna, you feel one way or the other about this one?
Not really, but I feel like the committee put in a lot of work, and why not let the people decide?
Yeah. I agree.
Okay,
Okay. Now I'm done.
okay. Wait, I can wait, but wait, there's more.
Oh, wait, there's more.
No,
Now
stop.
it's your turn, right?
Okay. All right, so I think you've got clear direction. Yes. It's clear as mud.
Yeah.
We
Let's
can
get all
move
that
on
done.
to another Citizens Advisory Committee, to Diane Harbaugh.
Is,
Good
Welcome,
evening, Council.
Diane. What's that?
For you. Good evening, Council, everybody else that's here. I'm Diane Harbaugh. I'm the chairperson for the Near Shore Water Advisory Committee, and this is from our April 21st meeting. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office updated us about the wheel ditch and the enforcement of the slow speed zone. They're seeing an 85% compliance thus far. No citations are being written. This is more of a warning, learning period right now. They're implementing a bunch of ads, a lot of social media. So they're really doing a really good job, I think, of trying to get the word out there of what's going on with the wheel ditch, especially since we have tarpon season right around the corner, and that's when it gets run probably more than any other time of the year. We want to thank the council, the staff, and especially the state park for bringing this back up and really getting us on board with doing this whole slow speed thing. So thank everybody. Holistic management of Isla Morada nearshore waters. We're still working on that. We're going to do a big, we've got some maps now. We're going to kind of lay out ideas of priority areas at our next meeting about getting a holistic approach to, the swim zones and stuff like that. National parks was very interesting. Reached out to the National Marine Sanctuary, not parks, National Marine Sanctuary. And their current superintendent may not be there anymore. He's going to work for the TDC. But he did give me this update. The restoration blueprint regulations have been in place since March of 2025 in federal waters, and the previous 1997 regulations remain in effect in state waters. NOAA has recently decided that it will retain the new regulations in federal waters announced at the last SAC meeting. The next step is to publish a Federal Register notice to codify the regulations in the law, which we expect to be sometime this summer. The National Marine Sanctuary staff is concurrently developing education and outreach materials to reflect the regulations as they now stand. The easiest way for users to know the rules in the areas they are operating on in the water is to download the Sanctuary Explorer app or refer to the website. The graphics and interactive maps for both platforms have been updated and reflect the users can and can't be done in particular areas and zones. The new regulations are enforceable in federal waters, the old regulations in state waters. So that's where we stand with the National Marine Sanctuary right now. Then we talked more about putting bird stakes, on the little island right off of Robbie's, not all the way up to where the land is, but there's that little bit of, it's not really an island, but it does stick out of the water sometimes. That little area we tried to get with the state doesn't have it, it's sanctuary. We found somebody at sanctuary that says, oh yeah, that is ours. So we're going to try to get bird stakes put in there. And the reason for that is people are literally swimming from DOT property at the end of the bridge out to that little spot, feeding and catching the tarpon. And, it's actually a really dangerous spot for them to be. If the bird stakes are implemented and put in, it can be enforced that those people can't be there. And it might bring the seagrass back that was there 20 years ago. So that's the goal. Tavernier Creek Extension Slow Speed Zone, the permits are submitted to the state and federal agencies Once installed, the slow speed will be enforced. So that is getting closer to getting done. A brief update was given on Founders Park Boat Ramp. The village is looking to renovate and expand the current ramp and parking. A request to the council is on the agenda tonight to fund the conceptual design of this. Added to our agenda was the marina ordinance. This is resurfaced again as it's on the agenda for tonight's first reading. As previously discussed in our October meeting and shared with council back in November, the committee requests language change to remove human-powered vessels from that ordinance. And I have all the minutes and documentation from October. We spent a long time on it, and a lot of it was about enforcement. So if anybody has any questions about that, I know it'll be on. I'm going to stay while it's on the agenda tonight in case you have any questions.
Thank you, Diane.
Anybody else? Anything? Thank you all.
Thank you, Diane. All right, moving on. I think that's the end of our advisory committees. So let's move on to Mayor and Council communications. Steve, I think you had something you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, just a couple of personal acknowledgments, and good to dovetail right off of Diane coming up here and talking about the wheel ditch. Today, we're in May 12th, marks the 13th anniversary of the passing of Captain Brent Johnson in the wheel ditch. And so I just wanted to let everybody know that I very much appreciate the staff's work on this slow zone. I've been through there many times. It seems to be working. I haven't seen anybody personally violating it, and I think it's a safer place because of that. So I just appreciate everybody's work on that. And then also, my daughter will be graduating from Coral Shores this year, and we're coming to the end of another school year. And I just want to say thank you to all the teachers and administrators that help our youths. Thank you so much.
All right. Anybody, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I would like to make a request for our staff to go back to the after-action report, the way it was laid out before. This is really difficult to follow. I have the old copy. Is there any objection to going back to the way it was? No?
All right. Deb?
I just thought that the staff struggled with the old one.
How?
That's what his staff was telling me. It was difficult to manage. So maybe we need to ask Ron that question.
Okay. So you can ask that question, Ron. Get back.
We're open to changing it. I mean, it's obviously for the benefit of the council and the public. If we can make it easier to read or whatever, we're open to suggestions.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Do you know what the what the
Difficulties?
thank you, difficulties were before with the report?
Well, some of it
Maybe
predates
go
me,
in-
so obviously, we reinstituted it. When I came on, they were not being done, and we, at the request of several people, we reinstituted them. As far as the format goes, I'm not sure the format really, I think the question was, what should go on the report? Whether it's only council-directed action or things that we're doing that didn't really directly come from the council. And I think that was the difficulty, is determining what items, not necessarily how they're presented, but what should be on it or not on it. I'm always of the opinion that more is better, the more transparency, the better. So if that's the problem, I'll try to get more things on there, if that's what you're saying.
Yes.
If it's the presentation, I don't think there's much concern about how it's presented. It's just a question of what items should or shouldn't be on it.
I'm
Vice
not,
Mayor, was it the format that, or was it just the information?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
So you
that's-
like the
I like
Excel
the other one,
spreadsheet type
yeah.
of format rather than a Word document? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And it's just personal preference, and I've heard it from other people in the audience, so it's not that major of a thing. I just didn't think
Okay.
it'd be
All right.
difficult.
so I would say I'd like Ron to look at it and at least reach out to his staff and find the pros and cons and reach out to the rest of us.
Yeah. All right, yeah, just, let's talk about that.
Okay, and one more thing. I would like to see our comp plan meetings be broken down by the sections in the comp plan and have a workshop that maybe goes from 1 to 4, have one that goes from 4 to 8. That last comp plan it wasn't very good, and I'm sorry, it wasn't. It turned into the Machado workshop. So I would like, there's a lot of questions on this comp plan, there's a lot of decisions to be made. I think we need to dissect it and take it in pieces. So I'm asking if that can be done as well. Okay? And somebody get that.
Yeah, I'd
That's
ask
that
again,
same
please silence
phone
your
again.
cell phones. Steve, were you here at the last comp plan meeting, or you watched it on TV?
I watched it, yeah.
You
no, I
watched it on
wasn't here.
TV, right.
Yeah. And I do like that idea of kind of separating it, different workshops. I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Jennifer, how many more workshops were we planning on doing to try to get the word out and talk about these things?
We don't have any number of workshops scheduled at this time. The public comment period is open until June 1st. We were waiting to see how many additional comments we receive, and then if the draft document changes significantly, then we would be scheduling additional workshops. If it doesn't change significantly based on comments that we're receiving or not receiving, but whatever the case may be, we would proceed directly to the LPA hearings at that time. So we haven't made that decision at this point, but if the council directive through the manager is more workshops, then we will do that.
Deb, what's your preference on that?
I guess I get to say, I guess I don't care. I do care. I don't want to drive a lot of unnecessary meetings, but at the same time, this is an important issue. So if there's a way of, I don't know, how many, are you currently receiving quite a few comments or some comments?
No, we're not.
No.
How many comments would you guess to say that you've had in the past week?
In the past week, 1.
One, okay. Anna, what's your preference?
I mean, if she's not
I
getting any
think-
comments, then it's kind of hard to keep holding meetings if we're not getting anywhere with them.
Sharon, you
Otherwise,
said-
I can tell you in total, we've received 4 sets of comments in
Sharon-
total since the draft has been available.
Sherry, you said you've heard from a lot of people. What is it exactly they're saying? Were they people
It's-
that
it's a lot.
attended and it was just too much to try to consume?
It's
Or
too much to try to consume, plus, in 25 years, don't complain to me if we have issues. I mean, I don't think we really addressed anything that night, I'm sorry. And I was sitting next to you, and it turned into the Machado show, is what it turned into. And again, a lot of people don't feel, it's a lot to absorb, that whole comp plan. It's a huge thing. And affordable housing's not really addressed in there, really. I mean, we need to think about what we want to see affordable housing look like in the future and have people have input. I mean, if nobody wants to do it, nobody wants to do it. Just complain to me in 25 years. So if nobody wants to do it,
I haven't
they're not
heard
gonna do it.
anybody up here say they didn't want to do it. I just
No.
think that they're not hearing comments
Okay.
coming back from the public as well. So how many?
Go ahead.
I think that perhaps we could have another and split the comp plan in half and do the first half section one meeting and the second half the next meeting and see who attends and if that's sufficient to help Able City go on and finish what they're doing.
Well, didn't you hear Able City, every time somebody asked something, he turned to his poor wife and said, "Oh, she's looking that up," or "We don't know, that's a good point." Did I?
Well, I heard him, not every time, but
Well,
I heard him
enough.
say that, yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah, it's
We
enough.
didn't address the Eagle issue, there's a
There
couple
you
of
go.
things.
But
Right. But
he
but
did.
again, he was here to hear those kind of comments so that he could include them in there.
I was going to say, I think part of the difficulty is that it's a different style comp plan than what we had before and what we've seen in the past. Because it's more of a policy and before we had some of the LDR type stuff in it.
Yep.
And that's not where we're going now. It's more of a policy, which a comp plan should be.
That's what it is.
That's what it should be. I'm not saying we shouldn't have discussions.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing you.
I'm hearing it too.
Just how many, should we split it up 3 ways, 4 ways, 5 ways? If we did it half and half.
I think half.
I'd be okay with that.
And then that way
if
we can see if
yeah.
they've addressed the comments that have been,
Yeah.
that have.
Can we
come.
schedule 2 more then, Jennifer? I think I'm hearing that. Is there a way to schedule 2 more meetings for the public to go over the first half of the comp plan and then the second half, rather than trying to, and then not letting it turn into one particular item? Because I know that was a concern, like Sharon said, it was really hijacked by one particular issue that
We got hijacked a couple
a lot,
times.
right.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak with Able City and see what that looks like and how we can make that work. I'll just be frank, though, that the budget is running low on that project, and so we might have to come back for additional funds to allow for, depending on what number of workshops you want Able City to come down here and be present at. So, because they also need to come down for LPA and for 2 readings at council.
Did the original proposal from him limit a certain number of workshops?
Yes.
And
we've already exceeded that. Because don't forget, we did a week of charrettes when they were here in the building last year. We did 2 public workshops last year.
okay. Y'all want to hold a half and half and approve additional funds?
Well, why couldn't we just have it with staff? And staff will have had the comments come back from Able City, and then we wouldn't be having to pay them to come back down. We could just have it here.
I'm not comfortable with that because I didn't author the document. So if there's specific questions about what was in the document, I would rather the author be the one to address those. But I appreciate the support, Anna.
Why don't we zoom him in then?
Yeah, I mean,
Well, but
they can zoom in and not
it's
drive
still
down
their
if you want. Yeah, but I mean, we still may have to pay for their time now.
I mean, I didn't see a lot of people walking around with the poster boards and working on those the way we did on the first.
We received no
first
comments
shred.
on the poster boards.
And you got no comments on it. I don't think there were any sticky notes when I left on the poster boards. So I don't think that was an engaging kind of thing, but, all right, so there's a consensus to have half and half, another meeting?
Yeah, I think
Yep.
we ought to schedule half and half, and if we find that nobody comes to the first half, then we can cancel the second half. If we're not getting any response, going forward, I think at the council level, we need to break it into
The comp plan's
small pieces.
Comp plan's a difficult document anyway.
Yes.
It's not like LDRs. It's a document where you're screaming road trip. The LDRs are where your rules of the roads are, so you understand that a little better.
Right.
Than just the big picture, but.
Right.
Yep. Okay. I think there's a consensus, Jennifer. Anything else on mayor and council? Good deal. Let's move on to the village attorney and manager. We got a report from Tom. He's been waiting all night for it to be able to get up there.
Sorry, I rushed the mic a little too quick.
No, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mayor, council, village manager, staff, thank you. Appreciate you having me here tonight. Wanted to give an update on the consent order and some of the wastewater things that we've been working on. Maybe. There we go. Maybe not. I thought I did. There we go. There we go. So just as a reminder, because I know it's been maybe 6 months since I've been here last, the village did receive an FDEP consent order. What does that mean? What that means is it's a letter from the state saying, hey, village, you have some challenges with your wastewater system. We'd like you to fix them, and we'd like you to have that done by a date certain. There were 3 things that was identified in the letter. There was a failure to prepare, submit an emergency response plan. This was something new that was put in by the DEP that the village didn't need to do at that time, but since the consent order came through, they threw it in there. The village has experienced 6 sanitary sewer overflows on the conveyance force main since 2021. And then the village had not provided a completion date for the permitted inline booster station. We came up with remedies for each one of these. So for instance, the emergency action plan, we prepared one. The overflows, the inline booster station will fix the overflows, and we're also doing an evaluation on the conveyance force main. And then finally, they wanted a date to have the inline booster station completed by December 31st of 2027. So we've came up with a schedule to meet that date. Okay, so they give specific dates in the DEP consent order. Very impressed with AJ and the village staff in meeting every one of these dates. The consent order was signed in October of last year. We're working through an in-kind project request, but we did meet the required date. We submitted a compliance plan and an implementation schedule. We submitted our first biannual progress report in January. We submitted the emergency response plan. So far of the first 5 dates, we've hit every one of them. There's 3 more to go. We have another progress report that's due this coming June, and then we have to complete the booster station by December of 2027, and then we just have to submit a certificate of completion. So really, if there's a critical path on this job, it's getting the booster station done. So how are we doing that? Just as a reminder, this is the location of the existing North Plantation Key Pump Station. The new booster station is going to be in red, just as a reminder of where this work was going, because I know it's been a little bit of a time. And where we're at is we have actively bidding the construction of the booster station right now. Bids are due June 17th of this year. We had a mandatory pre-proposal meeting yesterday. Sounds like we got about 4 or 5 interested contractors, so that's good. We'll get some good numbers. We have a mandatory site visit with all the contractors next week on the 20th. We're hoping to bring a recommendation to council on July 7th of this year to allow the village manager to sit and negotiate with the selected contractor. We'd like to give them a notice to proceed by August 31st and have construction completed on time. The engineer's estimate to complete construction is 12 months. So we have about 3 or 4 months of float. I wish that was a little longer, but that's what we have. I'm pretty happy with it, but you know, more time is always good because you never know what's going on in the construction world right now. Everybody's very busy, but we do have some float in that schedule. The conveyance force main, if you remember, we're assuming that the inline booster station will fix all the problems, but the decision was made to let's look at the force main to make sure there isn't anything else wrong with it. So we installed a smart ball, and really what that is a smart ball. You put it in the pipe over at the NPK pump station, and it travels all the way to the Key Largo wastewater treatment district, where it kind of pops out into the wastewater. That's been done, and basically what that ball does is it identifies irregularities in the pipe. It kind of bounces around and it knows where it is and what's going on. It's actually found 20 irregularities inside of the pipe. That doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with the pipe. What that does is it's picking up trapped air inside the pipe, or maybe a small leak inside the pipe. It could be anything. The company that put the ball in and is preparing a report right now, we should have that in a couple of weeks. We've also installed pressure monitors to let us know what's going on inside the pipe. That's been completed. We did get some information from that. We are going to start digging up portions of the pipe. If you remember, I brought the pipe last time and showed how it, you over-home it or you put it in too deep. We're looking for those kinds of situations. That should be done by the end of June. By the end of July, we should have a hydraulic analysis done. Basically, what we're looking for now is what's going on inside what's the water doing? When you put water through a pressure pipe, it's not just, constant and consistent. It bounces around, the air gets trapped, right? So we have hydraulic modelers that come up with what actually is happening. The smart ball information will be very useful for that. We expect to have a recommendation if we do think anything needs to be done to the conveyance force main outside of the inline booster station. We're hoping to have that done by the end of September. Now, that's all important information for the rate study. We've kicked off the rate study. We've held several coordination meetings with Raftellus, Wade Trim, the village, gathering information to make sure that the numbers that we come up with are correct. We worked with AJ and developed a 10-year wastewater CIP. That is, how much money are we going to have to spend in the next 10 years for the wastewater system? We are working on identifying funding support and SRF opportunities to see if we can augment costs that go to the residents. The narrowing on actual costs, there are a couple of things that we don't have identified yet. I'm going to get to that in the next slide. And the goal is to bring a recommended rate study analysis to council in September of 2026. So the reason we don't have it done today is because we are still working on SRF funding opportunities and grant funding opportunities. We want to get those identified. And the other thing, like I mentioned to you, is we still don't have firm costs on what's going to happen with the bidding of the inline booster station. And we also don't know what's going to come out of the report.
Please silence your phones, please. It's the fourth time.
So by the end of June, we'll know. Right now, we're projecting the cost to be $6.25 million for the inline booster station. We'll have a firm cost on that in June. The cost for the conveyance force main, we'll have a good handle on that once we start getting a draft of the conveyance force main report from the smart ball, right? So we'll know better. We are plugging plug costs in for those right now, but we want to get the firm costs set. And as you'll recall from our last meeting, we talked about some shared costs with Key Largo. They're also bidding some of their work within this time frame. So we should have some really good costs by the time this gets to the village council. I labeled this slide estimated cost to comply with the FDEP consent order. I don't want it to seem like these are punitive costs, because they're not. These are costs that you would have incurred if you never got the consent order, because these would have been done regardless of anything, because you needed to put the inline booster station in anyway. So the consent order was just saying, hurry up a little bit. And that's all I have.
So I got a question. Did you, when we started down this road, did you anticipate the Raftellus report that was really only a couple of years old when it was last done? Did you anticipate that Raftellus report to take as long as it's taking?
I think the length of the Raftellus report makes sense because I think you want to have the best information possible. And if they did it based on estimates, it could be very over or understated. And I think we're a couple of months away from having some pretty good numbers.
You can ask Ron. I check on that every Monday and ask that question of what's going on with the Raftellus report. And Ron's answer to me is they're still working on it. There's been several times where Raftellus has asked for additional information, needed to know something else from us. Has the village given Raftellus everything that they need in order to complete their report, or are we remiss in giving them something?
No, I think the village has done a great job. I've been in every one of the meetings. I may have missed one, I'm not sure. But right now, we can only give them estimates, right? And we know Peter Rosasco is also looking at ways to come up with better SRF funding and grant opportunities. I don't think the village has done anything in delaying the development of this. I think it truly is getting good information. If this information wasn't going to become available till like next year, then I would say you don't have a choice. You would probably have to get a rate analysis that gave you a range that's like this. And then the council would have to decide, do I want to go on the high side or do I want to go on the low side? And then you would have to pick something in between, and then you don't know if it's right. You have the opportunity to take a breath for a couple of months, and as that information comes in, it will be better, more accurate.
When are your bids due on the new?
The pump station? June 17th.
The bids are due in on June 17th.
Yeah, we'll know the numbers June 17th.
And those bids are going to come with a strict timeline and a drop dead date and fines if the contractor is not completed in time?
I believe we're working on that. Yeah, we have talked about that. Yes. I'd have to verify that. I haven't seen the paperwork, but we've talked about that. So my recommendation would be is that the village having a consent order that I believe is like $1,100 or $1,500 a day if construction's not done by December 31st. The way that liquidated damages are incurred is that you can't just put a number in a bid and says we want $10,000 a day. The village has to, Weiss Serota could probably clear it up, but the village has to be able to prove that they are actually damaged by a certain cost. So your damages are not just what the DEP is going to fine you, but it's also Wade Trim's time for doing inspection, your staff's time, your engineer's time who designed it. All of those people are still going to be involved. So all those costs have to be developed and put in as a liquidated damage.
Okay. On your smart ball, you said it found 20-some anomalies or whatever. And you didn't know if it could be a leak, it could just be air entrapment in there or something. Do we not know how much we're sending to Key Largo, and does Key Largo not know how much they're getting when they come?
No, we do. We know how much flow's going. We do.
And is that telling you that we've got a leak somewhere or not?
No.
I mean, they're getting what we're giving them?
No, these things are pretty well advanced. If you're getting a little bit of a leak, it's not going to be anything that's substantial where you're like, discharging something that's going to violate some DEP permit.
Okay.
All right. This is just, they're going to feel some kind of a pressure variance. This ball's going to go through, and they're going to, for some reason, the ball's going to poke to the side of the wall, right?
One of your presentations, you said what one of your goals was where we were continuing to have those breaks.
Right.
That you were going to check to see if the pipe, if there was something wrong with the joints or there was a kink.
Good memory. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
did you find any of that?
In my slide, we're doing that joint inspection. We're just starting that now. We don't have that done yet.
All right.
But so we're going to actually go out there and physically locate the joints. We're going to dig them up and look at them.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Council, anything else for Tom? I really appreciate the report, Tom.
Thank you.
Deb?
I also appreciate the detail of the report, and that we are moving ahead. It's, when we put wastewater together years ago now, it took a very long time to get to a point that it looks like we were doing something. And I think this is another one of those processes. It just takes a while for it to all fall in place, but you're showing us that we're making headway. And I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Council, anything else for Tom? Nope. Tom, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks for your patience. All right, we've got a discussion now on Anglers Reef parking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back in our September meeting, I received direction from the council to begin discussions with the Anglers Reef Property Association about some parking spaces in front of that development on our right-of-way. We had entered an agreement for them to proceed, so we did have an agreement, and it's called a license and use agreement. It's not a lease. It's non-exclusive. In other words, if it's done, it'll be open to anybody. It's not going to be restricted to any particular group of people. There were some things in there that had some questions. There was a $25,000 cap, for example. I've been in contact and confirmed that all expenses will be paid by the association, that the village is on the hook for zero. The reason I was putting there originally was because they didn't know what we would accept or require, and they didn't want to have an open-ended obligation. Now that they know what we'll approve, they are willing to say they're willing to do the entire amount themselves. I want to make it clear that at this point, I've been asked if this is a done deal. Technically, it's not a done deal. I still have to sign on behalf of the village the permits, et cetera. So there's still some things to be done, but I was asked, whether the council still wants to proceed, and that's kind of why I wanted to bring it up for discussion, because until I'm told otherwise, it's my understanding that the council did want to proceed with this. We're at the point now where it's a yes or no. My understanding is it's still a yes. But just to be clear, because I did say back in September that I would bring it back to council, I felt like, even though it's 8 months later, it's probably time to do it, because we are ready to proceed to the point where our staff needs to know, is this a go or not, so that we can either approve plans or not. We are satisfied with the plans. We made sure that it's not encroaching on DOT right-of-way, made sure the landscaping, et cetera, meets all of our code requirements, and it does. So at this point, I wanted to give that update, but also to say that if for some reason the council changed their mind, which I haven't heard, then we still had time to do something. But unless I hear otherwise tonight, I'm assuming that we're proceeding.
Very good. Deb?
Well, I'm part of what drove this to this discussion tonight, so I guess I've got to speak up. I thought that it was coming back to council long before now, and I thought it'd come back before the agreement would have been signed, and the agreement's been signed for 2 or 3 months now. I didn't understand that the agreement had to be signed before a site plan was approved. I didn't know that the site plan had been passed through staff, and it was on a appeals period. I don't know how we normally publish that. This one was a little bit more controversial than some of them that we've had in the past. The fact that it's changed since the original conversation and it's no longer exclusively Anglers Reef. The fact that they're picking up all of the expenses, although I would have liked it spelled out in the agreement that if it goes over, what's happening of the 25. Now, I know that verbally they have said that if it goes over 25, that as long as it's not unreasonable, that they would pick up the bill. If I was their attorney, I'd tell them, no, you agreed to 25, that's it. But I don't know what happens if it goes over. I don't think it will, from what I see, what I hear. So I just wasn't overly pleased with the process of how we got there, because I thought it was coming back to the council months ago.
One response would be that I did get in writing, because I thought it'd be helpful tonight, It says, you're correct, I asked the question, that why, if the spending cap was exceeded, that it's in the agreement, I want to make it clear that the village had zero responsibility. And the response was, you are correct, the village has zero obligation to pay anything for improvements. It provides an escape valve if costs had gotten out of hand and the Angles River decided it was too expensive to move forward. But now that we have the plans and we know what it will cost, in other words, we weren't going to require certain things that could have been very expensive. Now that they know that, they have agreed in writing that they are responsible for 100% and we have zero obligation. And then also, if down the road, I know we've talked individually with you about having a paid parking app eventually, that if we do that down the road, we can then convert this just to an ordinary paid parking application that's already been paid for by another party that's going to be ready to have parking. And so, yeah, it's almost like a pilot project to see what these parking spaces might look like if in other areas we want to do this. But once again, because it was 8 months ago, but it's still not approved. In other words, I still have to sign certain things, so it's technically not done, but we couldn't get to this point without having done what we already did. In other words, they're not going to spend a lot of money on plans, et cetera, if they didn't have some type of agreement in place. The agreement governs this, but there's still some things that need to be done.
So technically, you're right. Technically, it's not done until they have a permit in hand. But once we've done an agreement, it's pretty much done. I, not being a lawyer, would say that you don't make an agreement that you're going to do something and then, oh, by the way, we're not going to give you the permit. So it's for all intensive purposes done. Now, the fact that it had been rearranged and rediscussed and redone and it's now open to the public, there's things that would have made me a lot happier and not spend a lot of time in the last couple months fussing over if I'd known that.
Anna?
I thought we were very clear from the beginning. It was non-exclusive, and they're paying 100%, so.
I did too. John?
I did too.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
No, I did too.
John?
Let's just say on the 25,000, that, one thing that I've talked to Ron about, there's a couple of options if it were to go over. There's an addendum, we can do an addendum or an amendment to address that. Or obviously, if it went over and Anglers Leaf said, we're not going to pay for any more, the village retains the right to terminate the agreement if it wants, or make the decision of, we would pay for it. But as I understand from Ron, they have indicated that if we get to that point, that they would pay for it. So we could just do an addendum or an amendment to it to address that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I never was confused from the beginning. It was open to the public they said they would pay for it, so I don't know what the confusion is, and I apologize if you were confused. Well, so this is just a discussion. Are we going to move this on, or?
Yeah, hopefully so. It's Steve?
I wasn't part of that consensus in moving forward with the agreement. I still stand that way. I think we have a comp plan that we're working on where we have guidelines where we could possibly keep that green space, make it a bike trail, golf cart trail. I think that would be prohibitive if we put parking there. So I'm just really not in favor of the project.
Well, then should we vote?
Well, yeah, we'll probably might need to here in a minute so that we've got clear consensus, Vice Mayor. You're right. Okay. Look, I drive up and down this road every day, and we all do, and we see all over the place parking willy-nilly in the right-of-way, hopping the bike path and parking on the inside of the bike path, and somehow, eventually, we're going to have to, as a city, get control of our parking. I think this is the first step in being able to get control of our parking. I think it's a first step at having another revenue source for the village as far as making sure that we've got controlled parking, that it's in the right spot, that we for this particular one and for all of the others, and so that we even comply with the code. We all agreed to change the code to where we could angle back into the old road. the village, somebody in staff or the council in the past, violated our own code and put angled parking in the Arts District against even what our code said. So Jennifer was good at staying on top of that and us changing the code and getting ourselves to where we're actually complying. I think that I always was under the impression, in fact, I wrote a code probably 20 years ago that would have required a business that was expanding that couldn't have parking to find a spot to put in paid parking on the village's right of way so that they had parking. And I envision that all we're going to end up doing is helping the residents, helping our sheriff's office, and helping the businesses have an outlet on these postage-sized stamp lots to be able to have some controlled parking rather than seeing a semi-truck parked on the side of the road on Winley Key for months at a time. Now we'll have some actual controlled parking in this town that we can police, that we can monitor, and we can probably charge for. I always thought this was the intent of what was going on there, and these folks are willing to pay for that, which is I think something great. So go on, Deb.
I just have one more, well, it's along that same thing, is that we need control on it, and I've asked about what is prohibited in the way of vehicles, and I said, well, it'll be the same as before. If it's not posted, if it's not listed somewhere, then it doesn't exist, and we all know how it can get out of hand. So going forward, there needs to be appropriate signing or appropriate enforcement, whether that's through our code enforcement, whether they hire somebody, whatever. It's public access. There needs to be restrictions on what vehicles and can, and are we going to, I don't think we did, right in there, are we going to require backing in? There was such a suggestion of backing in because of safety reasons.
We changed the code to allow head in and backing into the old road, and the code specifically says you can back into the old road. Or I think it was an area of a speed limit of 30 mile an hour or less or something, or how was it written?
Yeah, I think it was as long as it was
Any village
municipally.
owned, any village owned road.
We had municipal use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. But there just needs to be some limitations on it. That's all.
All right, so do we want to vote, or do we want to just a consensus? Do you want to vote on this? So, okay, well then, does somebody want to make a motion to,
I'll make a motion to approve and move forward, please.
is there a second?
I'll second it. It's motion to move forward. It's
motion
completely
to move
on them.
forward.
It's
Okay.
all exclusive.
So I feel like we're going to call.
Move forward
I
with
think
the
we'll call
agreement?
Excuse me?
I wasn't specific on what we're moving forward with. That's all.
With the agreement.
The agreement.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Well, that's why I was trying to put it in there, that it's not exclusive. It's not, there's no trailer parking. It's only vehicles, and they're paying for everything.
Right, okay. So, Marnie, I think we need to call the roll, because I feel like there's
So I have a
a
question
couple of people want to
about,
go on the record as a no, so.
I have a question about her motion, because she just said no trailer parking is only vehicles. I don't think that that's in the agreement.
They've already made the agreement to take the trailers to SD Marine.
It's not in the agreement that he signed.
It talks about, at least I'm looking at the first whereas, it talks about for cars and light trucks.
Yes.
For parking.
Okay.
So it's specific on what can park there?
Yes.
The semi can't park there, very good, and trailers can't park there.
Yes.
Right, okay. So there's a motion and a second. Marnie, will you call the roll?
We do have someone who would like. You're jumping ahead of me. I said we do have someone who would like to make public comment.
That's fine, let's do that. Let's have public comment, that's
Okay.
fine.
Well, we'll start with Ken Thomas, and then anybody else who wants to go after that.
Thank you. I'm Ken Thomas. I appreciate your deliberation on this issue, It's about our character and our future. It's about us not becoming Miami, where the officials repeatedly caved to developers and special interests. What they did over there, they moved west into the Everglades. Paving over our green right-of-way, that's our right-of-way, is the beginning of the end. Sun Outdoors is probably waiting to submit an application. Others will follow, keeping land use lawyers busy for years. I understand you want to help Anglers Reef, but the village has already bent over backwards helping them. First, we gave them 52 units. They should have had no more than 47. Second, we gave them a 600-foot by 17-foot right-of-way in front of their property to expand and build a privacy wall. Third, as you mentioned, we gave them an ordinance to allow backup parking. Fourth, we planted vegetation all along the Windley Key right-of-way, but we left a conspicuous gap to accommodate them in front of Anglers Reef, as if to invite them to park. And now we're giving away more right-of-way through a purchase lease or what is cleverly called public parking. If they need more than 2 spaces per unit, they can valet park. They can buy or lease adjacent property. They have alternatives. What they cannot do is use public property primarily for private benefit, regardless of what you call it. It would violate our Constitution, Attorney General opinions, and established case law. You should know Attorney General Uthmeyer is well aware of this situation. Not if, but when there is a legal challenge, any judge will see through what the WHO called an eminence front of public parking, a put-on, declaring it illegal and ordering it returned to taxpayers. If you polled registered voters, I'm confident everyone would vote against it for special favors, except for the few Anglers Reef residents, their representatives, and any council members supporting them. The Charter Review Committee recommended supermajority, 4 of 5 votes, for change of use of public property, like our right-of-way, to something other than recreation, conservation, or park use. Repeat, something other than recreation, conservation, or park use. Not parking, but park use. I can't imagine 4 council members being remembered for paving over Islamorada for special interests. Why is this being rushed tonight? Simply because they cannot get 4 votes. You cannot get 4 votes if the CRC attorney, the chair, is also the HOA attorney. He should agree to giving 4 votes. Why don't we get 4 votes for Anglers Reef parking? Why don't we defer to the decision to November when we get the charter review? It requires a supermajority. Please keep Islamorada green. This is not Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, is there another speaker?
I don't have anyone signed up, but since we've opened it, we should open it to whoever's in the audience who would like to speak.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Sue, please come up. I got a question while we're while Sue's coming up. Jennifer, was that property posted when the approval was being sought?
When we issued a notice of intent to approve, we did post the property, physically post the property, and we did send the notice of intent to approve to all of the neighbors within 300 feet of the property lines, which I think was somewhere in the multiple hundreds of people.
How many signs were out there while it was posted? Were you intent to approve?
At least 2.
At least 2 signs? And were there any appeals that were issued at that point?
We received 1 request for an appeal, but then when the cost for the appeal was received to the person, they withdrew their request to appeal.
What's the cost for that appeal?
Off the top of my head, it's somewhere around
$2,300, $2,000?
Somewhere in that.
Something in that area?
Mm-hmm.
So it was posted, it was publicly noticed, and within 300 feet, every resident within 300 feet was noticed to that?
That's correct.
And you had 1 phone call?
An email.
1 email? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Go on, Sue. Thank you. There you go, Sue. Thank you.
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe, representing the Islamorada Community Alliance. The problem that I have with this is the fact that there is a license agreement that was never brought before the council, and that is the type of document that you should be approving. and it was signed by the manager, the clerk, and the attorney with no dates, and it never came before you for your review. There's some issues with that document, in my opinion. The fact that it talks about a $25,000 limit, but doesn't tell what will happen if that limit is reached halfway through the construction or whenever. $25,000 is not at all what you had projected when we first started talking about this. And I personally have a problem with angled parking on a street as busy as the old highway on Windley Key, where we have people that leave US 1, go up the old highway hoping to leapfrog over the congested traffic, and they're not sticking with the speed limit. They're trying to beat the cars that are. Oh, I'm sorry. And in addition, we have a plan, a future plan, to replace the Snake Creek Drawbridge. And when we replace the Snake Creek Drawbridge during construction, which could take a long time, we're going to have to use the old highway as a primary way of bypassing the bridge under construction. And I think that we're making a big mistake by not looking forward. I think that if you look at construction requirements for parking, we have clear sight triangles. There's no such thing as a clear sight triangle when you have that angled parking. Think about pulling into an angled parking space at Publix when you have a big old pickup truck right next to you and you're trying to back out and you can't see the cars coming down the drive area. And so you're backing out, hoping, keeping your fingers crossed that you're not going to back into somebody that's coming the other direction. You have no idea when there's a truck next to you. It doesn't have to be a big 18-wheeler. Just a plain old pickup truck is hard for you to back into the driveway. And I just think it's a big mistake to do this at a place where yes, it's going to be open to the general public, but who among the general public is going to use it? It's going to be the property owners that live there. The vacation rentals there, I believe we were told that of the units there, 42 of them or 48 of 52 are vacation rentals. And the vacation rentals need the extra parking because they bring more than one person. It's expensive to rent a vacation rental in this town, so you fill up every bedroom with a different family, and you need more parking because it's a vacation rental. I just think that there are so many parking issues on the old highway all through Alamorada that this is a strange one to start with. There's plenty of them that are interfering with the bikers and the pedestrians at places that we could do something about a place that has a better reason than this one. Thank you.
Cheryl Culberson, Plantation Key. I said this before when this first came up, and I'll say it again. Just say no. There does not need to be private parking on public land, period. That was used, as you well, everybody that's lived here more than 10 years knows it's the people that lived along there have had parked their extra cars out there. They've had everything that needed to do. But when they built Angler's Reef, it became absurd because they built 4 too many units that they could have utilized for parking, and they did not because they were too cheap. They were offered the land next door at Stan Hayden's property to purchase land from them, and they only wanted to give him $10,000. No. Just say no. If you're going to start with the public parking project, start downtown at the Island Silver and Spice property.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. I guess one of my biggest concerns with this is the way it's gone about. It came before the council. We had the one discussion. Next thing you know, there's public notice signs, and when I go to look at it, it says, well, this is, and when I've talked to Jennifer about it, it's like, well, that's because I intend to approve it already, so that's why it's now in the appeal stage. Well, we didn't even get a chance to speak on it. It just bypassed everything, bypassed the council, bypassed everybody who was involved in making an agreement when it should have come before the public much before this. As I've stated before, this is going to open up a whole big can of worms for all kinds of businesses up and down the old road now. You remember it. Even up there in Key Largo, the FDOT took away a lot of parking from some of these restaurants and made them put landscaping in because they said, nope, that's the right of way. It's not going to be used for parking. Yet here you are letting these millionaires, basically, because of their poor planning, you are trying to make their lives easier. If it's all because of vacation rentals, yeah, like I say, they're just trying to put too many people in there, and you go down there now. I was just down there the other day, and I saw some trailers in front of the vacation homes that you guys approved that said, oh, they had plenty of parking. Those are the Mark Gregg houses, his daughter's houses. There was boat trailers all out in front of that. But at the time, oh yeah, no, they had plenty of parking. Parking is an issue. It always has been an issue. But I don't think that you should use taxpayer dollars to help them out. Thank you. Like I said, for mitigation, who's paying for all the attorney's fees and all the staff time and all to get this done? That's us, the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening, Ty Harris with the law firm of Ty Harris, PA, Plantation Key. I represent the Anglers Reef Homeowners Association, but I'm not their HOA attorney. It is also not completely full of vacation rentals, unlike the testimony you were given. A lot of the people live here, and if you remember the testimony that you've heard in previous meetings, the Homeowners Association president came here and talked about when the families come in for 4th of July and for the big holidays, everybody's coming from somewhere else, and that's really been the cause of the problems. It's on the large weekends when families come into town. And it's never easy to start a new thing. And there's some growing pains with this being the first one, and it's the first one, frankly, because I have a client that's willing to foot the bill to do it. You don't hear Coral Reef Restoration parked all the way down the right-of-way coming out here to talk about, hey, we'll love to have some metered parking and we'd pay for improvements. You don't hear that from anybody else. This is the first group that's come and asked. I also think it's interesting because if you were to go online right now, we actually have a right-of-way use permit on our website that can be executed by the Public Works Director. The reason this is here is because this is really about a policy issue. You know, how are we going to manage parking going into the future? So in my mind, I think we've beat this horse to death. We've given it as much public air as it can possibly take. I appreciate that people have concerns about how the process was done. But I think the process going forward is going to get a lot better after this one because now we have a little bit of a roadmap that folks can follow. With that, I'm here to answer any questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Seth. I'm new to the area, and I don't know much about the issue, but I do know one thing, that nobody's willing to do something for free, typically, unless they have an ulterior interest. And I've traveled around the United States, and one thing I particularly appreciate about this area is that it's accessible in some ways with parking. My wife and I were from the Midwest. We moved down here recently, and nothing drives us, makes it feel like an unhomey place than you can't park here, you can't be here, or paid parking, privatized parking, anything like that is really off-putting. If you drive around Rhode Island in the Northeast, you're allowed pretty much anywhere. It's super welcoming. If you drive around Connecticut, it's a bunch of wealthy people and businesses signs saying, get out, you're not welcome here. And I think it's really a question of what kind of place do we want this to be. And I'm newer, so I don't really have an opinion on this formalized issue, but I do want to note that when private interest is willing to pay, there's a reason, and is it aligned with the core values of the town and community we want to create?
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Council, any discussion? You want to talk? No? Nope. Okay. I think there's a motion and a second on the table. Marnie, will you please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
No.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
No.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Okay, that
It's
motion
not the hot
passes
seat.
3-2.
This is not the hot seat. We have got to control this parking. Years ago, there was a council that allowed a business to jump the curb and just fill the parking spot on the right of way that backs right onto the old road, and just said, yeah, go for it. And there has got to be some control in the parking. The young man that just moved here doesn't remember Winley Key when it was littered with boat trailers and semi-trucks from people that were just parking there. They weren't parked in any uniform manner. They were willy-nilly all over the place, and it looked like a storage facility. And there comes a time when we've got to recognize that we've got postage-size stamp lots, postage-size stamp pieces of property, that we've got to get some control over the parking, or you're not going to worry about backing into at an angle of a controlled parking. You're just going to be worried about, somebody backing in because they didn't park in some controlled manner. So, let's move on to the next thing, please.
I just want to add
Okay.
one short phrase, is that I'm not against controlled parking. This is not just about that. It was
Understood.
about the process.
Now we're going to open it up to general public comment.
Mr. Mayor, can I just, before we get to that, can I add something that came, something that came to light at the end of last week? I wasn't able to get it on the agenda.
Oh, yes, your judge's hearing, or a judge's, okay, go for it.
Yeah, I'll be brief.
That's
I know.
fine, that's fine.
Yeah, I realize we're getting late, but I just wanted to provide an update on the Yates matter. If you recall, former manager Ted Yates had filed lawsuit against the village related to the non-renewal of his contract, and he filed a claim based on 2 counts. The first count was an allegation, it's a declaratory judgment allegation that former council member Rosenthal had a ethics voting conflict, and he should have been disqualified from voting on that. The second count is an allegation of a breach of contract. The judge heard the second count first, the breach of contract. This was on a motion for summary judgment. The judge ruled in favor of the village on 2 counts. First, he ruled that notwithstanding the attorney's arguments for Mr. Yates that this was a termination, the judge ruled that it was a non-renewal and that it was properly done. Second, the judge also ruled that even if it were a termination without cause, that severance would still not be due and owed to Mr. Yates. On the second count, the judge ultimately, this was the count related to whether Mr. Rosenthal should have been voting on that. What the judge ruled is that as a result of Councilmember Rosenthal's stipulation with the state on his ethics violation, that created an issue of fact, and as a result, he could not rule on summary judgment on that issue. So what that means, it doesn't mean that he ruled against the village or he ruled in favor of Mr. Yates. What it means is we need to proceed on that issue, and he scheduled a special set trial for mid-October, and so we will proceed towards trial on that issue related to, again, this had to do with, it came out after the fact. This wasn't an issue that we were aware of at the time of the voting. It came out after the fact that Councilmember Rosenthal had a financial interest in what was formerly the Island Christian Church property, which actually the village owns now. And Mr. Yates has alleged that as a result of the termination of Mr. Galizio, and he ties it into that he should have been required to recuse himself. So we will proceed to obviously defend the village on that claim and move forward. But so that case will be moving forward to trial in October. But we have good news on the breach of contract claim that the judge verbally ruled that we acted properly, the village proceeded properly, and that no severance would be due in any event. So I just wanted to give you all an update on that.
Steve?
John, I thought that there was a trial date set pretty much 30 days after the hearing. I understand schedules change, but why exactly did that move from what I thought was going to be late May to October?
The judge moved it, actually. It was not a request of either party. It was done by the judge. We were on what's called a trial docket. So at least in the state of Florida, I don't know how litigation works in other states, but at least in the state of Florida, they have a docket where you have, a dozen or 24 cases on that docket, and it's a 2 or 3 week period, and you're ranked based on order of, the oldest is first and then the newest is last. And you'll just kind of proceed, and you may make that docket, you may not. What he did, for whatever reason, he placed us on a special set, which means we are absolutely going in mid-October. So we are the one and only case for those 2 dates that he picked. I think it's October 14th and 15th, I think, were the dates. But he didn't give a reason as to why he moved it, or we call it rolled it. But at least it gives us some knowledge that we know when we're going to be going, as opposed to just kind of guessing. And it's always frustrating as a litigator to go, and then you don't make the trial docket and you get rolled to the next one. So I don't know why, but at least we have a date set in stone.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. Thank you, John.
And that was it. And sorry, I just wasn't able to make the agenda because the ruling came out, the judge ruled at the middle to end of last week. So
it still goes on. We still have to, there's no more requirement for us to meet in executive session to come up with a settlement or anything. This is simply the judge needs to hear whether Henry should have recused himself from voting or not.
Correct. And then if so, what the result would be if he rules otherwise.
And the result would be hurtful if Henry should have recused himself at that point.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we have some defenses that we will raise, but it would complicate things, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, Marnie, we're going to open it up to public comment now. Is there any public comment?
Yes, sir. First off is Tony Hammond.
Tony, thanks for your patience.
Not a problem, and I should be brief. When the Alameda Village students were here just a few minutes ago, I guess a couple hours ago now, it made me think, and then Steve's comment made me think about we need to be grateful for our schools, for the kids we have. It's pretty phenomenal, and right now we have a football program going. Coach Holly's influence is just off the charts, and I can't commend him enough for that. And with that said, as a guy that's been in education in Monroe County my whole life, I just want to encourage you to continue to move the baseball field project forward. Don't let it die. We've had too many council members and too many sessions where it's just gone by the wayside. Please, I know you voted unanimously in favor of moving the project forward. Please allow our village manager and attorneys to negotiate with the school board. They're very close to negotiating and being in agreement to put the field in, not the entire complex, and we potentially could have that done by next year if we would if we would get moving on it. I don't want to lose another student, another child, another ball player to Key West or any place else because a parent's afraid their children are getting hurt on our field. You know, we have too many kids involved in the ball programs and the athletic programs down here to just let this die. So please, I believe all of you are in favor of that, but please continue to be behind Ron and our village attorney to make this happen. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony. Marnie, next.
Next is Joe Wishmeyer.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Mayor and Council, I feel like it's Groundhog Day again. Just like last month, you have canceled Thursday's Land Use Council meeting and added its quasi-judicial hearings and other land use issues to Tuesday's meeting. Here it is, almost 8 o'clock, and we're just getting around to public comment now. Again, I reiterate that Tuesday's meetings are for items affecting our community and Thursdays are for land use items. Several items that I mentioned last month did make the agenda this month, like the FDOT landscaping contract, Winley Cove parking. Many more items are to be discussed, like baseball field, EDU counts, wastewater, just to name a few. And then I had something about Angler's Reef, which we don't need to talk about now. Regarding village-owned property, what do you think the taxpayers would say if you told them, we're going to buy all this property, spend millions and millions of your hard-earned money to buy it, and then we're just going to give it away? Like, do you think that the residents would be happy with that? Wouldn't it make more sense if you're just going to have building done on it to get a contractor to build our own homes, manage them, and actually make money? Like WetNet, Machado, and Habitat Homes, just to name a few that we just give away the property. Now, you may actually even give a property away to a for-profit company. The residents of Isla Mirada deserve to have council members better handle our tax dollars more responsibly. What's next? The church property, Island Silver and Spice? Next, we have the landscaping contract with FDOT. I wish that this item would be pulled from the consent agenda so more discussion could be had. $65,000. Oh, no, wait. Now it's up to $75,000 to maintain 18 miles of right-of-way. Seems ridiculous. I will talk more about this after the consent agenda. Last, I would like to discuss the information or lack of in the current status update. I appreciate Sharon Mahoney bringing that up. I think that if you look at the opening statement on the last one that we had that came out, it is all self-explanatory. Items are to be added to this report per direction of a majority of the village council provided during meetings of the village council. That answers the question that came up earlier. The purpose of this report is to document and track village council direction to the village manager and subsequently staff provided at public meetings. On that, it says what the date is, what the actions were, what the direction is, and what the next steps are. That's why it's so much more informative than that thing that's put out now. So we'd certainly appreciate if you came back to help us and give us more information. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Right on time. Good job, Joe.
Next is Jamie Engel.
Welcome, Jamie.
Okay, let's see how quick I can read this.
You've got
Starting now.
3 whole minutes. Come on.
Okay. I agree with Tony Hammond, first of all. I do think that we need to move forward with the baseball field, the license agreement, and I want to remind you that we could have already been under contract and had an agreement had the school board just signed the January 8th addendum. So that's the beginning. In January, the council unanimously approved the village's version of the baseball field license agreement. In March, the council again gave clear direction that the village was sticking with the original agreement with no changes being discussed or agreed upon. That was the direction, that was the vote, that was the public action taken by the full council. So my question is, why is there now an amendment to an agreement that has not even been signed yet, especially when the council already voted unanimously 2 times to stand by the January approved version, not once, but twice? Village Manager Saunders, with all due respect, I do not understand why a new version or amendment is being discussed when the council's only public direction was to stand firm on the version already approved. The council did not direct staff to renegotiate the agreement. The council did not direct staff to bring back concessions. The council did not direct staff to weaken the village's position. I'm also concerned that the mayor and the village manager asked the village attorney to prepare an addendum or revised language that goes against the direction already given unanimously by the council, and it was done without public discussion and without direction from the full council. Even more concerning, the amendment that was provided to the school district was not an amendment the village council reviewed, discussed, or approved. It was an amendment requested by the mayor and the village manager. Yet in the memorandum and review of that amendment provided to the superintendent and the school board members by the school board attorney, it was described as a, quote, response to the village's proposed amendments to the license agreement, end quote. That statement is not accurate. This was not the village's proposed amendments. They were not reviewed by the village council. They were not discussed by the village council. They were not approved by the village council in a public forum. Calling them the village's proposed amendments is misleading to the public, to the school board, and to anyone trying to understand the true history of this agreement. Nothing was brought up at the April meeting that changed the council's direction. The public was not given a clear opportunity to hear that the village's position, or the mayor's position for that matter, was changing or the new terms were being prepared. That's a serious transparency issue. I'm also concerned about conversations taking place outside of formal public meetings. Village business should be handled as village business. Discussions with the superintendent, school board members, or other parties about the agreement should not be taking place casually at baseball games, chamber lunches, or social settings in a way that bypass the council and the public. There's a difference between personal conversation and public business. This is public business. Founders Park belongs to the residents. This agreement affects the residents. The process should be open, transparent, and based on the direction given by the full council in public. I respectfully ask the council to reject any last-minute changes, stand by the January approved agreement, and require that any future discussion of this matter be placed on a properly noticed agenda with enough time for the public to review, understand, and comment before any action is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Next up is Elizabeth Jolin.
Elizabeth, I think she left.
Okay, then next up would be Sue Miller.
I'll watch the button. Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe, representing the Islamorada Community Alliance. First of all, I would like to make a comment about baseball. I have a grandson who loves baseball with all his heart and soul, and I think that every child that works as hard as those kids do to practice, to show up, and to play their hearts out deserve the very finest field, and it's really a shame that you and the school board can't sit in a room and work this out. It is just tragic to me that it has taken all this time and you haven't made a diddly squat of progress. It's not showing the kids how to negotiate. I wanted to comment about wastewater. I was glad to hear what the status of wastewater is. Just for your information, E1, the grinder pump people, were at my house today installing a trowel monitor system for my grinder pump. Thank you for making me the most vocal wastewater critic in the village, the sample property owner, to demonstrate how problem detection can be improved. I really appreciate it. I also want to say that it was really encouraging to hear from our engineer about the status of our issue with getting our wastewater to Key Largo. I have been reading the RFP or RFQ, whatever it is, that got put out recently to find a contractor, and the process that you're going through with the mandatory attendance so that they all know what they're up against before the selection is made. The selection committee is the issue that I'm concerned about. We have a process for purchasing in Alamorada that says that the staff must be the selection committee. I don't know how our staff could have the qualities, the expertise, and the ability to select a contractor, as well as the engineer who stood before this microphone, who is not a member of our staff. I think that it's very clear that we need a modification to that agreement, the manual that you have on purchasing, to allow the real experts to make decisions when it comes to selection processes. We select staff members for transportation issues, for all kinds of construction issues, that they're not the experts that are going to have to judge experts. And I think that we have so many really smart people in our community that should be allowed to help. We have committees that we appoint to get help, advisory committees. I think that there are lots of brilliant people in this community when it comes to finances, engineers. When we approved the original wastewater project, we had 2 wastewater engineers that were residents of Alamorada that helped tremendously. I think that we should change that role about selection committees. I want to thank the Charter Review Committee. I think that they did a great job. I think it was sad that we didn't have more input from the entire community. I think that one of the problems that I have with comp plan in my last 41 seconds, the comp plan presentation at the last workshop was a little frustrating because it's a huge, complex document, and yet we get sidetracked. And it was the first time I heard the words official comment period. We are now in a 30-day official comment period. We need to let the public know what they're supposed to be doing to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue.
There are no more speakers.
No others? Is there anyone else that would like to speak in general public comment? Hearing none, general public comment is closed. I do want to address one thing. I can't make the school board attorney call a document what a document is or what a proposal is. I still stick 100% behind our 5-0 vote, but I still believe that there can be negotiation behind that 501 vote. I still felt like I absolutely knew, and it was very plain from the very beginning, that any discussion I had with anyone, because I can't have discussion with this council, I was not representing a council in any way. I was representing myself as somebody that wants to see that ball field get built. And that school board has been asked probably 10 times by us to have a joint meeting with us, and they've refused to have one. But we're at a deadlock right now. They're saying no, and we're saying our way. We've got the right to say it's our way as a council sitting here 5-0. But I still think that as a citizen of Alamorada and as one person that sits on a council, I can still for myself try to find out if there's a way, a path, a method to be able to get us off a dead center. And I can't have that discussion with this council except at forums like tonight. And we can't have that collectively with them because they refuse to meet. I'm not going to give up on this ball field. I've talked to a couple of different school board members individually, all on my own, not representing that I'm talking for the council, because as I've said 4 times up here, and I'll say it 4 more times or 40 more times, we made a 5-0 vote and we're there. But if there is way to negotiate, if there's a way to find a way to get this ball field built for Sue's grandson, for my great-granddaughters, for any other kid that's going to that high school, there's got to be a way to open that door. And just standing here and saying we voted 5-0 and we're not going to do anything else is not going to open that door. So I want it real plain to you guys. I'm not negotiating on your behalf. I'm negotiating on my behalf to see if I can bring something to this council that we might be able to live with. And until then, we've got a 5-0 vote that says this is the way it's going to be. But God dang it, those people need to come to this table. They need to sit with us. They got to find a way that where we can communicate. And they don't want to. They want to run everything through their attorney. They want to run everything through their manager, and they don't want to talk about it, and we do. And so I don't know any other way to get it off a dead center. And if I know I'm not doing the wrong thing by going and talking to John Dick or to Sue Waltansky or to whoever else is going to listen, just to try to get them off a dead center, because I can't make them meet with us, but I can make them listen to me just like I listen to everybody that stands at that podium. They got to listen to me because I vote for them too. And that's the way I stand. So, Ron.
Just as an update or clarification, back in 24-05-39 was passed by the prior village council 2 years ago. And I'm going to read part of it. It says the village, basically, I won't read it. The village delegated the authority to the manager, and the school board delegated authority to the superintendent to negotiate on behalf of both bodies.
Yep.
That's still in effect. Whenever I've talked to the school district, I've always made it clear that anything that is negotiated must be approved in public by an official vote of the village council and the school board. So anything's back and forth have never been represented to be an official position that of the council. It's been a negotiation point to say where are we. As an update, I think we all concede at this point it's probably too late in the process, even if we reach an agreement tomorrow, to have that building built and all the structures around it. What I'm really looking at trying to do on behalf of the village is to say, is there a way we can get the field done without having to do everything else? And basically, it can be done before season if an agreement were reached on the field. And to be clear, every discussion has been that the village, not the school board, has complete control over the field, the type of turf, et cetera, and they've agreed. It's just we can't get it in writing because we don't have an overall agreement. Our official position is the 5-0 vote from January. That has not changed. But their position is different. Until we have agreement on an agreement, well, there is no agreement. So we can keep that 5-0 in effect for 5 years, nothing's going to happen. My point is that if we can get an agreement on the field, just the field, and it's in writing that we have complete control, and that can be done under our, and remember, we have to give permits for everything. They just can't go out and do something. We have to get permits issued. And so I guess maybe for clarification, because my authority has been questioned whether I should be talking to anybody, until I'm told otherwise, I understand that I'm still authorized to negotiate on behalf of the village, at least on the field. You know, like I said, we should have another public workshop. I've been advocating to have a workshop. I'm more than happy to get public input on the field, because I don't think we have time to do the building. And people were wondering what side the bathroom should be on or what kind of building. I think that's too late to be, getting into that type of negotiation. But as to the field, it can be done in probably 3 months or less. So we have time on the field only to do it. But if a majority of the council says we don't want you talking to the school board, I'm more than happy not to. I've spent literally a year on this one project, and it's very frustrating for all of us. And all the hours, and I want to compliment Jamie Engel and Captain Black was here. We had a 5-member task force that had numerous meetings, hours of discussion, and thanks to them and members of the council, we did have a good agreement that was passed 5-0. It's not our fault the school board didn't accept it, and they had their reasons. But my point is, if y'all don't want us to continue negotiating on the field, then just tell me that and I'll stop. But I don't want to keep getting criticized for continuing to negotiate when I think I still have the authority to do so. If somebody disagrees, I'm more than happy to follow the direction of the council.
Deb?
Well, you have my authority. I'm one, but you have my authority to continue to negotiate. Negotiate doesn't mean that we give up everything. Negotiate means that I'm, as Don was just saying, we're sitting on this wall and we need to fall off one way or the other. We need to give, and I said this from the beginning, yes, I approve of that 5-0 vote that we did, but there's going to have to be some room for give. Not give up, just give. I will admit that I've been talking to some of the school board people and trying to figure out how to move this ahead, because it is important to our kids. It is important to this community. We have A-class kids out there that deserve a good field. And we need to do this. So, like I said, all of us need to be doing what we can to move this forward. To just sit back and think that it'll come about the way it is, I don't think so. And if we need to split it into 2 pieces, then we split it into 2 pieces, but we need to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Anna?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to them individually in private, but I did go to their last public meeting at Coral Shores and spoke publicly there to the school board. I figure they won't come to us, so I will go to them. But I spoke to them as a resident, as a mom of boys who love baseball, grew up on baseball. We're still involved in baseball. We out there, helping with concessions now, still. I don't know how to get them to move on, but I did beg and plead for them to do what's right for the kids at this point. That's what they need to do. And I don't understand what the issues are, considering they spent, I don't know how many millions upon millions of dollars in Key West on all of their fields. And it's not right, and it's not fair that the kids in the Upper Keys are not getting the same treatment, as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks, Anna. Steve?
Yeah, everything that I've heard from before I was on this side of the podium to that side of the podium is get the field done.
Yep.
So if the sticking points are the buildings, then let's keep negotiating that down the line, but let's work on getting the field done the right way, because this is really going on too long. Everybody says that's what we need. Everything else we can talk about later on, but these kids need a field to play on, and that's the bottom line.
Thank you, Steve. Vice Mayor?
Half of me just wants to say skip me because I don't agree with half this stuff. You guys are all making it out like they're the reason, not us, them. All we want is to be able to say what we want, and they're not willing to give it. So we're all ready to make all these concessions, do this, do that, do this. You can't stick a field out there without some form of agreement. And they're not willing to do anything, so I don't understand what we're all supposed to do. And you can't just stick a field out there without knowing what happens if we get a hurricane and the field goes bye-bye. Who's going to replace it? I mean, it's not just sticking a field out there. It's a much broader conversation, and everybody seems to think we got to keep bending. We got to keep bending. It is them who refuse. And that's the most irritating thing there is that what is to stop them from sitting down, and why can't they give us, the community and the people who pay the taxes here, the voice they should have on what we do and don't want. And I'm glad you clarified, because it did look like you were speaking for the council. It did, in your communications. And I was not happy about that. Ron knows that. That's how it came off. And again, I'm just so sick of this subject. I'm sure everybody is. And the school board needs to realize we're ready to give and take. They need to give us what we should have in this community, is the say of our property. So I don't know what you guys are going to do. So,
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. We're not going to get anywhere if we don't negotiate. We're not going to get anywhere if we don't communicate. If they're not going to talk to us, we need to talk to them. And I encourage each one of you to go in there and talk to them and understand, like I understand. You're only speaking for yourself. You're not speaking for the 5. Because if one of them was to come back to me and say, yeah, we could live with that, or we could deal with that, then I'd be more than happy to call a special call meeting with bells on and say, let's talk about it. They're willing to compromise some way or another. I think Ron needs to continue to have a discussion with Mr. Tierney. I think that all of us need to have a discussion with anyone that's involved that can get that school board. But unfortunately, several of them have made it very plain to me that they solely want to be policymakers, and they want to hand all of the negotiations over to their attorney, and their attorney, for some reason, doesn't understand the generational implications of a simple agreement that needs to be made. And it's not just an agreement between us and them. It's generational when this ball field gets done. Yeah, I encourage everybody, call your school board members, let them know that there's an election around the corner, and that there has to be somebody that's going to take the ball by the horns and get them to start talking to us in some way. I don't know any other way to do it. So I'm not going to stop talking to them. I'm going to go there when I see them. I'm going to pull them aside when I see them on the road. If I'm going to see somebody at a chamber meeting or an Ocean Reef meeting or at a ball game, wherever it is, and I've got a chance to bend their ear, I'm going to continue doing that. And I'm going to continue to doing it, speaking for me, and hoping I can bring something back to this council that said they're willing to bend. And I encourage, I applaud Ron for continuing to keep that discussion going, because you're never going to get it done if you don't keep talking about it. We can sit back and say we voted 5-0 and we're voting, but you might as well tell the public we voted 5-0 and they're not doing anything and we're not ever having a ball field. And I guarantee you that $2 million for the ball field, or that $6 million that they were going to do an improvement on there, is going to go to Key West like it always had in the past. Once again, everything's going to happen in Key West. They're going to send all their money down there, and what did we pay for? We're watching it being sent there. So I'm sorry we keep having this discussion. God dang it, it can't just stop until we get a ball field. We can't. We're going to have to keep fighting the fight. You know what? Is there any public comment for this type? Can we just make it short? But I think we deserve somebody to say something besides us about it.
I have one quick comment, and that is, I believe you're closer than you think you are, because I think what they want to ensure is that we as a village are not going to do something stupid on a brand new ball field, and I think we want to make sure that the school is not going to do something stupid on a brand new ball field. And we come to terms with those two things and say, yeah, we'll be responsible if we mess it up as a village. We'll be responsible on the school board side if the ball team does something crazy out there, that's not going to happen either way. Listen, this plan has worked since the beginning of the village, the founding of the village. We just, no pun intended, moved the ball forward. Let's make it happen.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Jamie?
And I'm doing 2 minutes. Just 2 quick minutes. My comments were not based on saying stop talking, stop negotiating, stop anything. That was not what I was talking about. So I apologize if there was a misunderstanding. My comments were based on the fact that I was given this addendum number 1 to the baseball field license agreement. And then I was given the Superintendent Ed Tierney from Hunter O'Connor and its members of the School Board of Monroe County, and the following is sent as a response to the village's proposed amendment to the license agreement. That was my comment, and I think Ron was very aware that that's where I was going to be coming from, and I hope you were too, Don. So I was not saying don't stop talking. I'm saying there's an amendment that was written up by the attorney that someone directed him to write up that was not at the direction of the council, that wasn't discussed by the council, that wasn't out in the public. That was my comment. That's where I was coming from. I 100% agree. And Ron and I have discussed this. We already said there's several things that we can give in, that they should be able to give in on, and we should be able to move forward. But you can't touch the field over there without a baseball field license agreement being signed. And that license agreement and the new proposed terms in this amendment from the village, supposedly, was giving the community 1 meeting. And if there were any changes that are, according to the school board attorney, their terms are, if there's any changes made to those comments or anything that's in there, any of the plans, the village is going to have to pay for it, including the design fees and everything else. And we've already discussed the one design change that has already been made by the school district was $50,000 to the design team. So there's a whole lot more. It's not putting the field down. Nobody's saying not to do that. I'm especially saying I put a year into this already, and I think everybody knows that. It's getting it right the first time. So my comments, again, if anybody wants to see, there is an amendment that was written up, that was sent to the school district. There is a memo that is out that was given by the school board attorney to the school board members, to the superintendent. And it's his points against this amendment to a baseball field license agreement that hasn't even been signed. That's my last word.
Thank you, Jamie.
Cheryl Culberson. I will remind you of one thing before you talk about anything else. It must be ADA compliant. It still fails on that. And if you want to do this right, we build the ball field ourselves. It comes to our specifications because, frankly, from what I've seen of the school board as a tenant, I wouldn't rent to them anything, period. They have done a very, very poor job of managing anything. You want to do it, we build our own ball field, we make sure it's ADA compliant, and then we let them know that they're going to have the use of it between January and May for their 14 to 16 games. We control everything there, and at the end of the season, we say goodbye. And even if we do let them use them, that they have to pay our staff to maintain the field so it's done properly, because their maintenance of proper developed in what I would describe as the non-pristine field that was handed over January 1st. Don't let the school board manage anything. Do it yourself.
Thank you, Cheryl. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Okay. I guess we're just going to say to be continued. John, can we move on to the consent agenda, please?
Yes, we're into the consent portion of the agenda. These items are of a routine nature, and council members have reviewed these items in advance and sought the advice of staff as they felt necessary. There'll be one vote on the consent items, which today are tabs 3 through 10. If anyone would like to pull an item from consent, he or she should state so now.
All right. Deb, you okay with consent agenda?
I'm okay.
Anybody want to pull anything?
Not hair on my head.
Besides the hair on your head? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent.
I got a motion and a second. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, the motion passes by consent. Oh, public comment. I'm so sorry, Joe. Public comment.
We're just missing our public comment.
I'm sorry, Joe. Right? Let's talk about the ball field some more.
No, I'm tired of dealing with that.
Thank you.
Yes. Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. My main concern on this consent agenda, and I was hoping it would be pulled for further discussion, I mentioned it earlier, the FDOT contract. I remember that Ron Saunders pulled this a number of months ago because there was so much concern. It's $65,000.
I pulled it. He pulled it.
Oh, you pulled it, okay. $65,000 to maintain 18 miles of right-of-way is nowhere near what it's costing the village. Keep in mind, US 1 also has two sides, so it's more than 18 miles. It would be like 36 miles. And when I was looking at it, it looked like there was only allotted like $18,000 for mowing. That's $1,000 a mile for the whole year. You look at any of these people who get landscapers come work on their house, it doesn't come anywhere near the amount of money that we're spending. I say you ought to turn it back over to FDOT. That's the way it was before. Let them do it, and if they do a deficient job, then we can step in and do something. It would be a lot less expensive. I know Manager Saunders said at one time he was going to get us some figures on how much we actually spend. I don't know if you ever came up with that number, but I guarantee it's got to be closer to $500,000 than it is to $75,000 on what we spend. That doesn't include any of the trimming of the trees, and all the new trees that they've put in are going to need to be maintained. So I wish that this was pulled and we would have more talk on it, but I thoroughly think we're getting the raw end of the deal here, only getting $75,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Is there any other public comment?
Yes, sir. Sue Miller.
Sue, come on down.
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. I just want to agree with what Joe Wishmeyer just said. It seems to me that if you remember back many years ago when DOT actually did do the mowing of the right-of-way, the village wasn't happy only having it mowed once a month, and we thought it would be better. I'd like to know how many times we do mow it now in 1 year, because there are some months where I notice that it doesn't get mowed very much at all, and other months when it's rainier, it gets mowed a little bit more. But if we gave it back to them and then just supplemented at times when we're not satisfied, it seems we would save hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I don't see why we should be doing a job like that, maintaining 18 miles for $75,000. It costs a lot of our homeowners more than that to maintain their grounds, and it just makes absolutely no sense. You need to look out for your taxpayers and do something rational.
Thank you, Sue. Are there any more public comment on this topic?
We have no more speakers. Thank you.
Is there anyone else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. We've got a motion and a second. We've had public comment. Marnie, will you call the roll?
You will have to tell me who made the motion and who seconded.
I made the motion.
Deb made the
I made
motion.
the motion.
Sharon seconded.
Thank you.
To accept the consent.
Okay. Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that's the end of consent agenda. Excuse me. Yeah, folks, it's hard, this terrible acoustics in here, so if y'all need to talk, would you please talk outside so that there's no confusion up here more than what there already is? Thank you. Okay, John, let's move on to quasi-judicial, please.
Yep, we're into quasi-judicial. These are tabs 23 through 26 today. Please be advised the following agenda items are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment on these items, please inform the village clerk by filling out the available sign-up form. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. As a reminder, testimony in quasi-judicial items must be in person. Zoom testimony is not permitted. These proceedings will be handled in accordance with the village code requirements. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony shall be disregarded. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record, along with the village code and comprehensive plan. Any correspondence that was received by the village staff is included in the file and part of the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details on the quasi-judicial procedures in Section 30-256 of the Village Code may be obtained from the village clerk. As I mentioned tonight, there are 4 quasi-judicial items, tabs 23 through 26. At this time, I would like to ask anyone who intends to speak on any of the quasi-judicial items tonight to please raise your hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
In the matter in which you are about to give testimony, do you swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witnesses have been sworn.
All right, John, will you read in the record tab 23?
Yep, tab 23 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, considering a request by Morales Rev Living Trust, AGR 2-16-2017 for administrative relief from the village building permit allocation system for property located at 125 Mockingbird Road, Plantation Key, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for transmittal to the Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date. Council, before we begin, I would like you to please disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with the applicant or anyone else. Again, this is tab 23, and please include with specificity whether the person represented any group or entity, as well as the subject matter of the discussion as you best recall.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
None.
Anna?
None.
Steve?
None.
Deb?
None.
And me, none. Yes, sir. Jennifer?
That's the easiest thing of the night.
Good evening, Council. Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Islamorada. I'm here this evening for the administrative relief application for 125 Mockingbird Road. Morales Rev Living Trust, AGR 02162017, is the applicant and has applied for administrative relief pursuant to Section 30-477 of the Code of Ordinances of Islamorada, Village of Islands. Village Code Section 30-477 requires that a public hearing be held, during which the Village Council of Islamorada shall consider all evidence presented regarding the application and shall follow the procedures, standards, and criteria found within Code Sections 30-552 and 30-553, beneficial use. The burden of proof shall be on the applicant. The subject property is located at 125 Mockingbird Road and legally described in Exhibit A of the proposed resolution. The application was entered into the building permit allocation system on November 22nd, 2021. The application has been considered in 4 consecutive annual allocation periods and has failed to receive an allocation award. At the close of Q4 of 2025, the application was ranked 5th with 20 points. Pursuant to the requirements set forth in Code Section 30-477A, the applicant was eligible to apply for administrative relief between 12:01 p.m. on January 1st, 2026 and 12 p.m. on May 1st, 2026. The applicant submitted the application for administrative relief on January 1st, 2026. The proposed development is a 1 single-family, 4-bedroom, 3.5-bathroom home, approximately 2,875 square feet. The site is approximately 7,700 square feet with allowed clearing and mitigation based on the habitat. My full analysis is in your packet. And additional information that was provided by the applicant. The property owner has complied with all requirements of the building permit allocation system. The BPAS application has not been withdrawn at any time. The property owner has not applied for a deferral, and the applicant, as stated, is seeking an allocation award. Remedies offered under the Code Section 30-477F include granting the applicant an allocation award for all or part of the allocation requested in the next succeeding allocation period, an offer to purchase the property at its fair market value, or suggest such other relief as may be necessary and appropriate. You may recall that this item was continued from Council's March 12, 2026 meeting so that the applicant could correct the deed. Corrected deed is attached and has been recorded with the Clerk of Courts. The village currently has 9 allocations available for administrative relief, and at this time, staff has recommended awarding the administrative relief allocation, and I'm available with any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jennifer. So why don't we open testimony to those in favor? Is there anyone in favor of this application? Okay, hearing none, then we'll open it up to those that are opposed. Is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's closed. Council, what's your pleasure?
I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve and a second. Marnie, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to tab 24.
Tab 24 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, concerning the request by Gretchen Gregory on behalf of Richard Simpson, Barbara Whitehill, Jean Oligood, Gabriella Doria, and Gretchen Gregory for administrative relief from the village building permit allocation system for property located at 113 Venetian Way. Plantation Key is legally described in Exhibit A, providing for transmittal of to the Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date. And Council, again, before we begin, if you will please make your ex parte disclosures.
Anna?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Steve?
None.
None.
None for me either.
Again, Council Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Islamorada. I'm here this evening with the administrative relief application for 113 Venetian Way. Gretchen Gregory is the applicant and has applied for administrative relief pursuant to Section 30-477 of the Code of Ordinances of Islamorada Village of Islands. Village Code Section 30-477 requires that a public hearing be held during which the Village Council of Islamorada shall consider all evidence presented regarding the application and shall follow the procedures, standards, and criteria found within Code Sections 30-552 and 30-553, beneficial use. Burden of proof shall be on the applicant. The subject property is located at 113 Venetian Way and legally described in Exhibit A of the proposed resolution. The application was entered into the building permit allocation system on February 22nd, 2022. The application has been considered in 4 consecutive annual allocation periods and has failed to receive an allocation award. At the close of Q1 of 2026, the application was ranked 12th with 19 points. At the close of Pursuant to the requirements set forth in Code Section 30-477A, the applicant was eligible to apply for administrative relief between 12:01 p.m. on April 1st, 2026 and 12 p.m. on July 30th, 2026. The applicant submitted an application for administrative relief on April 1st, 2026. The proposed development is one single-family, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, approximately 1,512 square feet, and the site is approximately 7,000 square feet with allowed clearing and mitigation based on the habitat. Again, my full analysis is in your packet. And the property owner has complied with all requirements of the building permit allocation system. The BPAS application has not been withdrawn at any time, and the property owner has not applied for a deferral. Remedies under Code Section 30-477F include granting the applicant an allocation award for all or part of the allocation requested in the next succeeding allocation period or extended pro rata over several succeeding allocation periods, offer to purchase the property at its fair market value, or suggest other such relief as may be necessary and appropriate. The village currently has 8 allocations available for administrative relief, and at this time, staff recommends awarding the administrative relief allocation, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jennifer. So let's open testimony for those in favor. Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of this application? Hearing none, I'll open it up to those that are opposed. Is there anyone that is opposed to this application? Okay, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
And a second. We got a motion and a second. Marnie, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yep.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion passes 5-0.
All right, Jennifer, John, let's go to tab 25.
25 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, concerning the request by James Ferguson for administrative relief from the village building permit allocation system for property located at 148 Tequesta Street. Plantation Key is legally described in Exhibit A, providing for transmittal to the Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date. And Council, again, before we proceed, if you will please make your ex parte disclosures on this item.
Anna?
Nope.
Vice Mayor? Nope. Steve?
Still no.
Deb?
Another no.
Another no on me too. Let's do it.
Good evening, Council. Again, Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Isla Mirada. I'm here this evening for the application with administrative relief for 148 DeQuesta Street. James Ferguson is the applicant and has applied for administrative relief pursuant to Section 30-477 of the Code of Ordinances of Isla Mirada Village of Islands. The Village Code Section 30-477 requires that a public hearing be held, during which the Village Council of Isla Mirada shall consider all evidence presented regarding the application and shall follow the procedures, standards, and criteria found within Code Sections 30-552 and 30-553, beneficial use. The burden of proof shall be on the applicant. The subject property is located at 148 DeQuesta Street and legally described in Exhibit A of the proposed resolution. The application was entered into the building permit allocation system on January 14, 2022. The application has been considered in 4 consecutive annual allocation periods and has failed to receive an allocation award. At the close of Q1 of 2026, the application was ranked 4th with 20 points. Pursuant to the requirements set forth in Code 30-477A, the applicant was eligible to apply for administrative relief between 12:01 p.m. on April 1st, 2026 and 12 p.m. on July 30th, 2026. The applicant submitted an application for administrative relief on April 1st, 2026. The proposed development is one single-family 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, approximately 2,183 square feet. The site is approximately 6,600 square feet with allowed clearing and mitigation based on habitat. The full analysis is again in your packet. The property owner has complied with all requirements of the building permit allocation system. The BPAS application has not been withdrawn at any time. The property owner has not applied for a deferral, and the applicant, as stated, is seeking an allocation award. And the remedies offered under Code Section 30-477F include granting the applicant an allocation award for all or part of the allocation requested in the next succeeding allocation period, offer to purchase the property at its fair market value, or suggest other such relief as may be necessary and appropriate. And the village currently has 7 allocations available for administrative relief. At this time, staff recommends awarding the administrative relief allocation, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jennifer. You say there's 7 left?
After the 2 that we just issued, yes, there's 7
After the
left.
2 we just issued. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to open testimony to those in favor of this request. Is there anyone like to speak in favor? Is there anyone that would like to speak to oppose? Do I have a motion?
I'll
from
make a
council?
motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Marnie, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Ann Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And just as a note, that will now leave us with 6 administrative relief allocations.
Okay, we can still count. Can we do one more and then take a break? Let's do one more then. Let's do item 26.
26 is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA, agent for Cabrera Georgina Revocable Trust, 08-26-2022, for a major conditional use approval to allow for a transfer station / recycling center for property located at 86550 Overseas Highway on Plantation Key with real estate number 00092-010-000100 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this resolution to the Florida Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date. So I'm hoping we're going to go 5 for 5. I'm not holding my breath on this one though. So yeah, I'm going to guess no too. But if you can please make any quasi-judicial disclosures, including with specificity as to the subject matter that was discussed on this item.
Let's see. Deb, you're anxious. Go for it.
I actually talked to somebody,
Yeah.
Ty Harris, and the discussion was just about the basis of where this was coming from.
Okay, Steve?
Nope.
Nope. Anna?
You can thank Ty Harris for this one. So that'll be a yes, and just that if I had any questions. And same with Mr. Frank Cabrera. Same if I had any questions, which I did not, so.
Vice Mayor?
Talked to Ty a long time ago, or when this first happened, I can't remember.
Okay, it's all a blur? All right. Again, Ty's the one holding us up on this one. I talked to Ty. I might have talked a long time ago to Frankie, and I might have talked a long time ago to Brian. It has not been recent. It's been an application going through. But if certainly just to get the, questions about the approval. Yeah. Jennifer, it's the Jennifer show.
Good evening, Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Islamorada Village of Islands. I'm here this evening with the major conditional use application for a transfer station / recycling center at 86550 Overseas Highway. Ty Harris is the agent and has submitted an application for major conditional use approval on behalf of Cabrera Georgina Revocable Trust 08/26/2022 to allow the existing tenant Island Disposal to expand its operations to a transfer station / recycling center at the property located at 86550 Overseas Highway. On April 21st, 2026, the applicant mailed notices to adjacent property owners informing them that the project was scheduled to be reviewed by the Village Council. A sign was also posted on the property on April 21st, 2026. The Village has received no letters of objection or contact from adjacent owners as of this council communication. Pursuant to the Village Code of Ordinances, a public hearing before the Village Council to review the request is required. The property is approximately 3.1 acres in size, approximately 133,450 square feet. The property is located on the west side of Overseas Highway. The property is within the industrial zoning district and categorized within the future land use map as industrial. The properties adjacent to the north and south are also zoned industrial, and the properties adjacent to the west is zoned conservation. The properties to the east across Overseas Highway is also zoned conservation. The existing uses on the property include industrial uses and non-conforming residential use. The proposed development is to allow for the existing tenant and Island Disposal to expand their operations at the property to now include a transfer station recycling center. The major conditional use is triggered by the expansion of the use to a recycling center. The existing habitat for the subject parcel is classified as mostly scarified. A portion of the rear property does have mangroves. There's a full review and analysis in your packet. I did want to note that because the question has been asked, this part of this is to help bring them into compliance with their sewer connection situation. So they are doing this as the first step to enable them to get their sewer connection on the property and to bring the property into code compliance. So this is the first step for that. So we're working with them to get them into compliance on the property. So at this time, staff has reviewed the request for the major conditional use and determined that the site plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and complies with the applicable provisions of the Code of Ordinances. Staff recommends that the Village Council approve the proposed major conditional use by the adoption of the attached resolution subject to the following conditions of approval. The maximum EDUs allowed is 2. They have to identify all the equivalent EDUs or equivalent dwelling units prior to the sewer connection permit. Residential unit on the property is limited to 1 dwelling unit only. A stormwater shall be retained on site throughout the entire construction period and upon completion of the project. There is no outdoor lighting on this permit. The sewer connection permit must be issued within 60 days of final approval of this resolution. And the village reserves the right to rescind in whole or part any aspect of this major conditional use in the event a violation of these conditions occurs. All conditions shall be enforceable through all powers of the village attorney's office, and the village reserves the right after due public hearing to rescind in whole or part the major conditional use if the violation or conditions persist. And at this time, we recommend approval with those conditions. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer.
You are welcome.
Council, are there any questions of Jennifer at this moment? Okay, then I'd like to open up testimony in favor of, and I see Ty's up there. Clock's on, Ty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Ty Harris, law firm of Ty Harris, PA, Plantation Key. I represent the applicant who has, like all of us, been here for a number of hours, along with Mr. Limbach, who owns Island Disposal, along with his partner, and they comprise the major use on this property. As we all know, The Village of Islamorada never started off with a lot of industrial zone property, and most of the property that we have has been turned into an art walk. So this is probably the last true piece of industrial property, significantly sized in the village to do things such as a transfer station, a recycling facility. And as you heard from your planning director, along this parallel track, we have been working on a sewer plan so that we can connect a sewer. But in order to connect a sewer, the site plan, which is part of the major conditional use, has to be approved. So these applications have been running on parallel tracks, but this has to be approved before the sewer connection can be made. And I'm here to answer any questions. I think staff did a great job summarizing the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ty. Is there any other testimony in favor of this applicant? Okay. Is there any testimony in opposition of this applicant? All right, hearing none. Jennifer, is there any follow-up you need to do?
No, sir.
Ty, is there any follow-up you need to do? Do you want to rebut anything of Jennifer's approvals? Very good. Folks, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Marnie, will you call the roll?
I'm sorry. With the conditions. as
Excuse me,
stated.
with the conditions, yes.
Okay, Councilmember, I'm sorry, was Councilmember Richards, but a second by?
Me.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's a little late, keep up, trying to keep up. Okay, Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Step one.
Step one, moving on. Why don't we, you wanted to take a quick break, I think, Vice Mayor. Did you? So did somebody want to take? Anna wanted to? Why don't we, just a 5-minute, let's do a 5-minute break. Clock is ticking, it's 9:01. We're turning this back on at 9:06. All right, you ready? We're gonna let's see if I can gather all these together here. Hello, folks. Well, at least.
Got no staff.
Let's see if we can get this show on the road. Okay, I see Ron. There's Marnie. We have a John and a... There's an Anna on the way back, and John. Okay. Let's get this done.
Nobody told me there was food.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much. I think we're going to come back to resolutions now, which would be tab 11. I think that's where we're at.
Yep.
Good deal.
Tab 11 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving work authorization number 1 with Cummins Sederberg, Inc. for the Founders Park Boat Ramp and Park Conceptual Design Project, authorizing village officials to implement the terms and conditions of work authorization number 1, authorizing village manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing village manager to execute the project agreement for work authorization number 1, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you so much. Pete, you're going to talk to us about this?
Yes, I am. So good evening, council. So as you know, we have been discussing the idea of expanding and improving upon the boat ramp here at Founders Park, Plantation Yacht Harbor Marina, and most specifically and recently, the idea under discussion is to establish a second launch adjacent to the current launch, generally in the same footprint of the existing boat ramp. And alongside with that, we've also been discussing the idea of improving and also expanding the current parking area for the trailers that could use some improvement to maximize the space a little better. So to that extent, the Village Council did request of staff to look into a conceptual design, which would be the first step of improvements to this boat ramp. So with that in mind, the staff did approach Cummins Sederberg for a proposal for the conceptual design work. Cummins is a well-established, highly respected coastal engineering firm in South Florida. They've done extensive work in the Keys, and this is exactly the type of work they do. They have done lots of boat ramp improvements such as that. So Cummins has supplied us with a proposal. I thought it was an excellent proposal. They really outlined everything they were going to do very well. And what they did, which I thought was nice, was broke their proposal down by tasks. So first, the 4 main principal parts of what we call Task 1 is for a not to exceed amount of $30,500. Now that would be for mainly specifically for the ramp work and in-water work. And the tasks involved with that would be for the site assessment and the benthic analysis. What this is assessing the natural resources there, the sensitive resources such as seagrasses, coral, and any mangrove impacts, which that has to be done. The next task would be the feasibility and permitting due diligence, so an analysis of what permitting would need to be done with this. There would need to be extensive permitting, of course, because it's in water work, both federal and state permitting. So the third task would be the stakeholder engagement and public outreach. So we would be holding public meetings to gather input from the stakeholders and the public, which that information would go into the conceptual design, which would be the final task of that, call it phase 1, would be supplying us with a conceptual design. So what Cummins did, they broke out the land part of it, meaning the parking area, and then also the circular drive, which would also need to be reconfigured after they did initial analysis of it. How the trucks pull in with the trailers might need to be adjusted because we're going to be changing the angle of the ramp most likely. So that part of it, they are proposing a cost proposal of $23,200. So that would be more upland civil engineering work. So combined, if we want to combine that, the full conceptual design package would be $53,700. So if that doesn't appeal to the village and we just want to do the ramp work initially, again, that would be $30,500. The time frame for completion, which Cummins has provided us with, is approximately 14 weeks. That would be for the full conceptual design. And staff are recommending that the council approve this work authorization and giving Ron the ability to execute the agreement. And we are recommending the full, complete design of $53,700. And the funding for this, that would be from the Plantation Yacht Harbor Marina Fund. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, do y'all have any questions of Pete?
Yeah, just a quick question. Do you know what entails a site visit? Because they're going to charge us $1,000 for one site visit.
Yes, so there is engineering analysis that would go into it. That would include all of the measuring, that would include all of the, I forgot to mention, so that would be all the utility assessments. That cost would be nearly all for utility assessments, underground assessment, the fuel tanks are there, we have all the fuel switches, we have power, so that's why that cost is so much. You're paying for a civil engineering site visit.
Thank you. Deb? Your mic's on.
Oh,
Anna? Vice Mayor?
I don't have any questions for Peter. I just want to, 3 years I've been sort of working on this back and forth with Richard Black and wanting to make this a really, really nice marina. It is important to know that the money that, if there is $50,000, it'll come back out of the $750,000. Yes, we got to improve the boat ramp from the TDC. So I'm very proud of that. That took me 3 years of working with them. So we did get $750,000 from the TDC. Plus, we're waiting on another grant that's $120,000. So this project looks like it's going to be paid for, not a cent to the taxpayers at this point. So I'm very proud of that.
So you got the qualifications of what they'd pay for? I haven't been able to get a list of the qualifications.
What do you mean by qualifications?
That they'd pay for this study?
Yes. You're talking about the 750 or the 120?
The 750.
The 750 is for...
I have not been able to get any qualifications out of them of what needs to be done to collect that money.
Nothing. We're already in the budget. They gave each district, 5 districts, they picked a project, and in Alamorada, it was boat ramp.
Yeah, I sit on DAC.
Okay.
I am well aware
We
that
don't
they
have
gave
to
us
go
money.
through DAC, we don't have to do anything.
I know you don't have to go through DAC, but there are, the staff so far does not know what it takes for us to collect it. Not that we aren't entitled to it, but what it takes to collect that money.
Well, the way it was told to me from Kara and from Mary, who is the Alamorada TDC representative, is that Mary Veal, I don't know if you know her or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's the Alamorada TDC person. Now, I don't know if you know that. But that has to go in front of, I believe, the county commissioners.
Still has to go in front of BOCC.
Yes, and then the money will be distributed to each district for the project that was laid out, and mine was a renovation of the boat ramp and fixing the marina. So I don't know if that really answers. They sort of just like there were...
I've asked 3 people, and I haven't been able to get an answer.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It was a lot. It's been a long time working on this. So, and again, kudos to Richard for it.
As I understood it, the TDC had excess funding that was allocated,
true.
wasn't used or whatever.
33
And it's the first time that they have done, and you probably
That's
know
true.
that more than anything, as you've surfing on the deck as long as you have, but
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
first time that they've done this kind of thing. The other thing that they've done recently was the housing
Yeah,
element up in
right.
Key Largo.
South Cliff Estates.
Yeah, right. But every time I've asked since they made that announcement, I haven't been able to get anybody to tell me, not that we aren't entitled to the money, but that how we collect the money, whether,
They just
I
told
don't-
me they'd be in touch, and Ron kept saying to me, "No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way."
It normally doesn't.
I
Never
know it-
worked
I
that
know.
way
I get it.
before.
I get it.
Never
And Peter
worked
was
that
like,
way
"No, you can't do that." But
Yeah, it's never worked that way before, but
So,
that's,
well,
they did it
it's
once.
to be
They
seen.
did it once now.
I suspect it'll be some kind of application, but I don't think it can be denied.
So, I don't know. But again, I'm looking for you guys to let us move forward with this wonderful, wonderful project that we hope makes our marina one of the best in the Keys. So,
So, Peter, I got a question on this, on their, I see that they've included their, the benthic feasibility and all of that. Are they doing an assessment on the bathymetry as well?
So we did a bathymetric survey when we dredged what we call the mud slips a couple years ago. We may not have to redo that. So we're going to pull that out and try to use that first.
And where this ramp is going to go, at that point, we'll have an understanding of if there's going to need to be any moving of rocks or moving utilities or any dredging that may have to happen there.
That's exactly right. That's the feasibility part. So that'll be done in this conceptual design.
During the feasibility study, while they're also doing this, can they give us their professional opinion once they understand the bathymetry and the bottom and what, you know, have we got any hard or soft body coral communities or any, if we're having to dredge out hard bottom, will they be able to give us at this point after spending almost $54,000, will they be able to give us at least their opinion on what the likelihood of us being able to go through the Corps or DEP to get the approval?
Yes, absolutely. That's part of it. And they're going to give us their opinion of cost too.
Okay.
Well, that was going
Yeah.
to be my next question.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's in the proposal. So, and we specify, that was important. We need to know what the
Approximate.
engineer's opinion of probable cost would be.
Yeah, not
Yes.
including the draw, just that work is probably gonna be $350,000 or so.
Yeah, the
Unless,
actual
if we can
design and
tag on-
permitting work
if we
is
can
going to be
tag on to what's
pricey.
there.
Yeah.
If we gotta rebuild,
Yeah.
tear out and rebuild, then it's gonna be more than that, but that was just kind of my guess on that. So we've got the dollars to do it, and if we don't, you said that you've got some private funding
We
that
have
may
some
be
other
available
things.
as well.
Yeah,
And I think improving that ramp is an awesome thing, so. Do I have a motion? Well, let's see, we need some public comment on this. Do we have any public comment? Anybody signed up, Marnie?
No, sir.
Okay, is there anyone that would like to speak? Sue, got your hand up.
Thank you, Sharon. Sue Miller. I think it's great, and I think you should go for the full thing, not piecemeal, both parts. And I'm particularly myself interested in improving the parking there, because that is Bayfront, the most beautiful location in Founders Park, and it needs to be improved upon. Seeing all those junk trailers there drives me nuts. Thank you.
That's a big mess. Thank you, Sue. Is there anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Marnie, will you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's move on to tab 12.
12 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving the selection of ANF Group, Inc. in response to RFQ 26-01 for affordable/workforce housing development services, authorizing village manager and village attorney to negotiate a ground lease agreement and providing for an effective date.
Jennifer, would you like to introduce this?
Sure. On January 23rd, 2026, the village issued RFQ 2601 to solicit proposals from qualified and experienced developers to construct and operate an affordable housing development with units on land owned by the village, known as the Machado property. RFQ 26-01 was issued in accordance with Section 2-327B and C4 of the village's purchasing guidelines of the Village Code of Ordinances. RFQ 26-01 was published on demandstar.com and on the village's website from January 23rd, 2026 through the submittal deadline of March 25th, 2026, and notices were posted on the village's Facebook page and in the local newspaper. To answer questions posed about the RFP, addendum number 1 was published on February 11th, 2026. The village received a total of 2 proposals in response to RFQ 26-01. To evaluate and rank the proposals, an evaluation committee was established by the village manager. The evaluation committee was comprised of the public works director, the planning director, the chief building official, the environmental resources manager, and the assistant planning director. Consideration was given to each firm's project approach, experience with similar services in Monroe County and elsewhere, qualifications, financial capacity, and references. The two proposals were reviewed and scored by the committee in a publicly noticed meeting on April 2nd, 2026. A maximum of 115 points were available in the scoring system per committee member for a total score by the committee of 575 points. The committee ranked the proposals as follows according with the criteria and point system provided in the RFQ. Rank number 1 was A&F Group, Inc. with 488 points, and rank number 2 was Habitat for Humanity with 359 points. The adoption of the proposed resolution would approve the ranking of the RFQ 2601 Evaluation Committee, the recommended selection of A&F Group, Inc. to conduct the services, and authorize the village manager and the village attorney to negotiate a ground lease for the property. At this time, staff recommends approval of the attached resolution. I'm here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions for Jennifer? Okay. I guess we can open this up to public comment. I guess I'd like to kind of make a motion if I can. I'd like to go on and I would like to not accept either proposal.
I'll second it.
I think that there's a lot more that we need to figure out. I think that I think with South Cliff Estates, that's not filling up. I think with the Islander having to put in, the units that we've already approved and have to be put in there. I think with some vacant properties that are still vacant from Habitat, that I think that we need to wait on the county study and see what the county comes out with their study. I don't want to say that we've lost our affordable housing, folks that need the affordable housing or whatever, but I think we need to understand that. I struggled hard for this a long time because I think that, I believe in free enterprise and somebody wanting to step in there and do this. But at the same time, I think there's just too many things too many balls in the air right now. And I think we can rely on the study that comes out of the county whenever they do that study. And rather than be postponing this or stuck in where nobody could talk about it, we're in a cone of silence. I just think that we need to reject both the rankings from the staff and just put this whole thing, put it away for now. So I'm going to make that motion if I can.
I'll second your motion.
Can I, just a friendly wording, if it's a motion we phrase it as a motion to reject all bids?
Yes, reject all bids. Yes. Yes. So that's my motion, and there is a second. I'm sure there's going to be more discussion. So let's open it up.
Do you want to do public comment first, or do you want?
No, I think the public ought to hear, and then they can make their comment. Maybe they won't have to. See where it goes.
Well, I disagree. I think it's time that we move forward. Every time we come up to the line for affordable housing, we seem to back off, and I don't mean we, the five of us, I mean the village as a whole. I think we've got a decent proposal here. I think there's a lot of things that need to be discussed in the ground lease of how that comes about or be done. But we have two people that put bids in. We have one stronger recommendation than the other, of course. But I think it's important that we move forward. Relying on the county affordable housing study or workforce housing study, whatever they're going to title it, at this point, we're not included in that. So I don't know whether we could rely on it legally. We've used our study, and it is outdated. We need our own study. On a tagline, I haven't been able to discuss yet as to why we should just do our own and not piggyback on the county. I do believe we need a new affordable housing study, but I don't think it's going to change what we need. And years ago, and I think I live in the center of this affordable crisis. I had a developer approach me, and they said, well, I want to build 40 units, and what do you want? Do you want efficiencies? Do you want 1 beds? Do you want 5 beds? Do you want, at the time, rental wasn't really a word that was being tossed around, and he looked at me and said, well, what do you want? I said, I want any of it. I want all of it. Yes, is my answer. And he says, how can that be? He says, because no matter what we build, we need it. Now, what happened in Key Largo with the TDC funds, I don't know where they got their pricing from. This is the reason our ground lease would be an important thing on this. And being able to somewhat control what they do. It is an open market. It is a for-profit company. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. If we want people to build for us so that we don't put the outlay, but we want to have control, you don't have to give up all control just because somebody else is building. So I would like to see us move ahead. This is only 16 units. It's not like we're building 56 units or 100 units.
Okay. What about the 60-something that Publix is supposed to put in just up the corner too?
It's outside the village.
Oh, well, I understand it's outside the village, but at the same time, we're not totally
We're not in a
exclusive
vacuum.
because we're south of Tavernier Creek Bridge. A lot of our workforce comes from the 106 to the 50 mile marker and comes in Islamorada. I feel like if we're going to build 16 or 20 or 50 affordable housing units, they're more likely, they're more better suited that we put them in the middle of where our industry or the most of our commercial corridor is, which we should probably be focusing not on Machado, but on Island Silver Spice property and looking away and putting in some businesses there, some affordable housing there, some parking in there, and not building more here to put more traffic on the road to go south to go where the work is, or to go north where the work is. Because what kind of business corridor do we really have other than small niche businesses on Plantation Key? So we're guiding the development in an area that really isn't where we should be guiding the development. We should consider more. And I understand that the last council or council before or whenever it was bought that property specifically for, it said when they bought it, for affordable housing. And maybe there's still an opportunity. Maybe 16 is the wrong number because now we're putting however many trips 16 generate right on the road to head one way or the other to another traffic jam. Which way they go. If they're going that way in the afternoon or they're going that way in the morning. I don't think there's a lot of thought put into to us building that many right there. And I think that there's too many unknowns with the big giant number that Publix is going to be putting in, with the number that we're requiring the Islander to put in, with the vacancies at South Cliff, with the vacancies that Habitat has right now. Look, those units that Habitat put in by the high school over a year ago, there's still 2 of them. And I know people got to spend their time and put in their hours to be able to buy one of those houses and get one of the houses from Habitat. And that's the home ownership part, but they're still vacant over a year later from when they were CO'd. So there's something that's telling me that, not that we've necessarily lost our workforce, but we've lost that demand because it's taken.
But those are home ownership, and they're restricted income home ownership, not that what we would do.
Ours
No,
is too.
well, ours is different, though.
Okay.
Ours is the middle, medium income, which is a much higher than
Okay.
what some of their models are. I have said for a long time, and I keep being said, oh, I never hear what we ought to do with Island Silver and Spice. From the beginning, I have said that it'd be a great place to put housing, and I calculated, I may have miscalculated, but I calculated that we could do 16 or 17 units on that, with maybe some parking on the bottom floor, maybe some commercial on the middle floor, or a community center or something, and housing on the top floor, staying under the 35.
Yeah, which is the logical place to put it, because you're in
It
the
is a
commercial
logical
corridor.
place. There's also considerations that you can do scattered, gathered sites and make it so other companies can qualify for building. If we did, we'll say 16 because that makes easy math. 16 there, 16 at Machado, and we had 8 next to the high school. Right there, you're at 40, you know? And that would make a difference in who would qualify for putting in. Do I think these are the best proposals ever? Probably not, but I don't think we're ever going to get to a perfect. And every day that we don't have housing is another group of people that had to leave because they don't have housing. I just had somebody looking for a job that he couldn't come to work for me because he had no place to live.
Yeah. Jennifer, is there an application right now on Winley Key for affordable housing?
I'm not aware of any. I mean, I don't know.
No, about the one on the
affordable housing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you meant like somebody. Yeah, yes, we have what we call the Hooley project. Yes,
Yeah.
next to the Fisher Inn for
Right.
43 or 46 units.
43 or 46
Mhm.
units, closer to the commercial corridor that's
Yes.
about to happen over there.
Yes.
Okay, and how, are they in for permit or when?
Yeah, they're under site plan review right now. They were sent back for a couple corrections, but they're pretty close to getting that permit. We had to go through a comprehensive plan change and zoning change to
Which we've done that.
Which we did that. That
We
was
did
approved
that.
by Commerce, so that was all set. So now they're just finalizing their plans and moving that forward.
So I think we've gone through a comp plan amendment to accommodate that, so it's like it's not like we're ignoring the fact that we want to build affordable housing. It's, I get the argument that we constantly say we need, and then we yank it away, but we're not yanking it away. There's 40-something going on there. My motion stands, I think.
First of all, you have to look at the area that they want to put them in. This is a residential neighborhood with single-family homes. That's a big part of it. And secondly, I think we should have learned our lesson with WetNet. That's not a raving success, and it's not, absolutely not. That's
The fact that they have a 5-year waiting list makes it not a
Well, there's all
successful?
kinds of other problems with it that I don't really want to get into, but I don't think that was a smart move for the village. I'm sorry, I don't. And there's empty units there, and there's other issues, but we need to concentrate on people who are going to stay here, live here, and own a home. And that, to me, is more important. We have plenty of, there's like 42 going in Alamorada. I live right near the Machado property, and I can't really think of any businesses that are around there, like Don said, without going into Tavernier or going into Alamorada. And again, I stand by Don and his decision, so that's my opinion.
So part of that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay, go ahead.
Part of that is that there's a change in mentality around the country on younger people owning. It's not just Islamorada. We're not isolated. There's there's a whole change in mentality of that they don't want responsibilities like home ownership. Not everybody, but there is, well, whether you believe it or not, there's reports out there that'll tell you that. And I'm not, my argument is we need it all. We need home ownership, we need rental, we need everything. We need efficiencies, we need 3 bedrooms, we need it all. And part of the reason that some of these places are struggling is because we've lost the employees and they have to find that we have housing again. There is no way that they know that they're going to have housing, and we're still talking 2 years. If what we do, even the one that we just talked about, it's at least a year away by the time they get it built. I'm just of the belief that we need to move forward with this and stop putting it down the road. As for being single family neighborhoods, the apartments, which is probably what they'd have to be, is apartments, they're good people. They would be good people. I don't know where you think that these people are coming from. It's going to be, because of the pricing, it's most likely going to be teachers and policemen and firemen and small business owners and the like. Whether you believe it or not, that is what's going to happen.
Eventually.
So I can see I'm on the losing side of this battle, so.
I don't think there's a win or a lose on this issue.
I just think that we're flooded with rentals. We've got the 40-something that are going to be built. We have the ones in Tavernier that are going to be built. There's another complex that's in the pipeline to come up. I think there's another one. But I just think that we're flooded with rentals, and I think that I would have to disagree with you on that and I'm sure there's some young people that don't want that, but I can tell you right now, my kids would love to be able to buy a house, but, to be able to afford a house, isn't that the American dream, is to buy a house and be able to raise your family there? And those are the people that we want here. We want our teachers to be able to buy a house. We want our law enforcement to be able to buy a house and raise their families here and stay here.
So you think the affordable restrictions will allow that?
I think to a certain degree. I mean, for the most part, the Habitat model is working.
The Habitat model has open units too.
Okay, but they have 2 versus over 100 rentals that we're about to have. I think that that's way more. They might have more people step up. I don't know. I don't know their list. I don't know what they have going.
Yeah.
I'm not privy to that information, so.
They have other qualifications that you have to meet too. As part of the problem.
I understand that.
And,
And I'm not saying it has to be Habitat, but I am saying that I still think that there are.
What about the fact that we don't have any home ownership permits? We have none. That's all we have is rental.
Yep.
That's all we have.
Guess we have to
So
figure
we
it out,
don't build because that's all we've got?
Why are we going to build something that's going to sit there vacant and
I
rot?
don't think it'll sit vacant.
I disagree.
I do not believe it'll sit vacant.
Excuse me, public
All
comment
right,
is not yet
Dave,
open.
we're not open to public comment yet, but be patient.
Okay,
We'll be
I'll
happy to
answer-
have you
I'd
come
answer
up. If you've signed up, you'll come up. Thank you. I know.
That's because
I'm
I've been
waiting,
monopolizing this
Steve.
corner of the table.
Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the original packet, did we receive both bids?
No.
When you said the original packet, it
When
came
you-
out
when it-
last Wednesday.
Right.
Then I got requests to add it, so it was added Monday, the second proposal. So we had 2 proposals. Apparently, the procedure in the past has been only the one that got the highest score was included. Going forward, I've asked the clerk that from now on, at least on the online part of it, we'll include, if there, like for example, the grant one, the grant consultant, we got 10. I said, then include all 10, not whoever ends up being the highest ranked one, because people want to see all of them. So at this point, for the people that didn't get to see it last week, I apologize, but I didn't realize that that wasn't our procedure. Going forward, I've been kind of instructed that everybody wants to see all of them. You're going to get all of them. But
Okay.
no, to answer your question, that wasn't in the original packet. Both of them weren't, just the one that got the higher score.
All right, thanks. I mean, just based on that, I have to agree with Don's motion because I really want to do this right. I also agree with you that we need this housing. I don't know if young people can even afford to buy anything, quite frankly, but we do need to try, and I'd like to see it done right. And I'd like to see, I'd like to look at other options as well. I'd like to see how we might even be able to get our investment back on that property somehow. And I think that we can. I don't think we've sussed everything out yet. So I'm happy to support that motion.
Thanks, Steve. Well, and again, we had that discussion earlier on, and I was stuck between you two, but I'm like, I just assumed sell the property. Y'all want to keep control of it, and that's fine. That's the consensus of the council. It was specifically bought. And it was bought through Affordable Housing Mitigation Fund. So
Right.
it's not like it came out of taxpayer, but it did come out of residents' money. So and it was replenished with some federal money after COVID. So the money was put back in the Affordable Housing Mitigation Fund. But I just think with the dynamic that's happening, with what's around us right now, I think the proposal that we hit the county that made them finally say, stop, wait, I think that, and I think we can piggyback on. I think we can rely on a study from the county because we're not unique from them. Just because their study stops at Tavernier Creek Bridge doesn't mean that it's not going to include us. We're unique from Marathon. We're very unique from Key West. But whatever transportation happens, whatever happens in Tavernier is relatively assignable to us.
Can I ask that of the lawyers here? And
What's that?
Well, in most of our ordinances that we see come forward, they have to rely on the affordable housing study. That's ours, and we couldn't attach Monroe counties instead, could we?
In terms of, you're asking about for an RFP or to support?
For anything.
I mean, it depends on what it is, but yes, from generally speaking, you would need localized study and localized data, like to support our affordable housing funding and things like that.
I mean, if we are included in the county, say, now that solves my mental problem at least, but if we're not included in the county, I think there's a legal problem of accepting them when we have a plan that's outdated.
Yeah, we'd have to see.
And we will all admit that it's outdated.
Yeah, we'd have
We
to see
know
what
that.
the county plan is. I mean, if it includes us, if it's just unincorporated county, then, that's another issue. But it's something that we could, if we wanted to update our plan, we could have whoever does that, take that into account as to.
Maybe if Jennifer's ahead of the game when she's putting together her budget for this coming, she'll put in her budget that she wants to do an affordable housing study for Islamorada.
I have been told that it's on the list for next year.
Awesome.
I would like to piggyback with what's going on now.
Okay.
The longer we delay on housing, the more employees and the tougher it gets. The more employees we lose and the tougher it gets. And once gone, it's hard to get them back.
Well, and that may already be the case.
And it may be. But
Especially
if we don't
when you can go
try,
up on the mainland and you can rent for a heck of a lot less and you could buy for a heck of a lot less. Well, anyway.
you have a motion on the table.
We got a motion on the table, but I think we want a public comment. There's folks that waited around for a long time, so. Marnie, is there anyone signed up for public comment?
Yep, first up is Dave Holig.
Did you do your homework this time and stop at 5
And
minutes?
I've rehearsed it, and I'm not
5
trusting AI to tell me how long it takes.
Thank you, Dave.
And now I've got to change it on the fly. But Don, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree more with your thesis, everything that's been said. We need to take a deep breath, sort this out. To the point of the study, the studies specifically for the village are ancient. They're 2 decades old. And quite frankly, I've done a lot of this kind of work. They have serious flaws in their methodology. In fact, just considering the village itself, when our market for employment and housing is much larger than just the confines of Islamorada, makes no sense. And that's how they were both done in 2004 and 2007. As to the county plan, the way it came about was a realization as they're looking at the Publix 84 unit, the South Cliff thing, that we don't want to have a South Cliff in Islamorada, and the Gorman property up there all at once. I mean, it's like all of a sudden hundreds and no real demand. It's a complicated subject, you're quite right. But the way it came about, they said, oh, maybe, it's getting pretty saturated up here with rentals. And that wasn't even talking about the ones in Islamorada that we've approved and have underway. It literally is hundreds that have been approved within the last year, just in the Upper Keys. Anyhow, the concept of that study, and our Habitat affiliate serves both Key Largo and Islamorada. We're the Habitat for Humanity of the Upper Keys. So we're not quite as parochial as just being focused on either. We try to do both, which sometimes is a real challenge. But anyhow, as a result of that service territory, we have been working very closely with the county, the Housing Authority, and they've got some new positions in the county having to do with housing. We've been working with them, in fact, on the definition of how the study would be conducted and what all it would encompass. The idea is that Islamorada would be included. Habitat's going to participate in it one way or the other. We're going to bring money if need be, but all of our information and experience to the table. And I, for one, would love to have this cone of silence thing disappear so that we could enter into some real meaningful dialogue about what all of our experience is. It's a very important subject. There's no single answer. In fact, just at the last, whatever we call our Affordable Housing Committee now, the subject of the Monroe County Upper Keys study. It's not unincorporated, Monroe County. The Upper Keys study was brought up. And at the request of the committee, staff is supposed to be finding out what it would take to get the village officially involved, which, Ms. Gillis, I believe would solve your issue of is it our study or not. In fact, no matter how you cut it, and you all have said it different ways, we're not isolated. We have one labor force that we draw from, and the fact that there's a little creek there doesn't really separate us meaningfully. So the idea is that the village would be involved one way or another. You certainly will be through our Habitat's involvement, and I would hope that through the Affordable Housing Committee, that'll come to fruition as well. So other than that, my remarks were about process on this. I think next time around through this, and we'll revisit it, there's a better process that could be used. This surprised us. I mean, we kind of follow affordable housing here pretty darn closely and think we know what's going on, but when this came out, it was a total surprise to us. We have board members that are on both the LPA and the Affordable Housing Committee. Neither of those official entities were involved, let alone the local community in the discussion. So I think there's a much richer dialogue to take place that would serve us all well, whatever the ultimate outcome is here. There were enough concerns as to process and the evaluation criteria that we actually filed a letter to the village attorney So if you were going to proceed with something at this point in time, I intended to say you really need to get fully briefed on that.
Thanks, Dave.
You're welcome. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Yes, sir. Marnie, is there anyone else signed up to speak?
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer.
Did you get him?
No. But he went away from me.
Hello again, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Regarding the Machado property, as a taxpayer, as I brought up earlier, how do you feel if somebody comes up and knocks on every resident and said, I want you to give me money because I'm going to give it to a for-profit organization so I can give them some land? We're just getting tired of buying land and then giving it away at taxpayer expense. If we were going to proceed with something, why don't we at least sell it so that we get our money back? Now, if we give it to a for-profit, what are they going to do? They're going to build on it, and they're going to make the money, and we're not. If anything, why don't we take it upon ourselves to control it, build what we think is necessary, manage it, and that way we can make the money. That way the taxpayers feel like our investment, it amounts to something. And I heard the WetNet come up earlier. I know there's people who qualified for that when it first opened who are still there and probably are not qualified. I'm sure that that's part of it. We haven't taken care of any of that. But as a taxpayer, I want to see our money used better. I'm not saying that we don't need affordable housing. I can't tell you how many teachers have come down and applied for jobs at Coral Shores, and then when they found out how much it was going to cost to live here, they turned around and left. But the fact that we're going to be having so many, let's see what it is. I agree with Mayor Horton there. I think that we ought to at least put this off and really consider it. If they want to build something there, maybe we should sell it and get our money back. We're tired of being a give and no take. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any other speakers, Marnie?
Yep. Next up, Cheryl Culberson.
I'm sorry, who?
Okay. Then Sue Miller is signed up next. But we'll let Mr. Hammond go first.
I'll do it. I don't see anyone else here. So very quickly, I'm on LPA and also, full disclosure, on Habitat Board. There is no better bang for your buck than Habitat for Humanity. Just that simple. I happen to be the in-law of a niece and nephew that live back in that subdivision. And I understand there's a pretty substantial petition that's already been passed around. They are very much, and they would have been here, but the length of the meeting caused many of them to bail because they had little kids. So, in any case, I'm older, so I can stay. But the point being that I've heard over and over and over as an LPA member, why haven't you dealt with this? We want what Habitat presents as opposed to two big square boxes full of people. And I'm all about hometown heroes and providing housing for them. And I've heard over and over and over, young couples say, we can't afford to live here, we have to move. And so, we've heard that for years. And Habitat is the best way to go, I believe, to stretch the dollars, both for the village and for the community. So, thanks.
Thank you. Marnie?
We'll need a motion to extend.
Yeah, we're getting close to 10 o'clock.
I need a motion to extend if I can.
Motion to extend.
How long do you want to do? 30 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. There's a motion to extend for 30 minutes. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Let's do it.
Okay, next up would be Sue Miller.
Sue?
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe, representing the Islamorada Community Alliance. I find it interesting that you're worried about the location not being close enough to places of business when we have over 2,000 workers a day coming by bus from the mainland. And so clearly, in my mind, we need affordable housing. And I can understand putting it off because there's so many questions. First question I had is who looked at the RFP before it was advertised, because the RFP was too limiting, and it should have been a different document. I think that it is clear to me that we don't need references. Habitat scored very low because they didn't have references that weren't asked for. We don't need references from Habitat. We know what they do. They do a great job building homes here that are ownership homes to people that are long-term residents of the community, that participate in our community, that teach schools here, that are people that we want in our community to stay. Our community's problem right now is the lack of diversity that we're seeing getting worse and worse and worse as the prices keep going up higher and higher. We have fewer and fewer people to live here, work here, and participate in our community. I have an idea, and I think a lot of you have probably already seen my thought on the Machado dilemma and what really matters. The adjoining single-family neighborhood matters. I think you'll all agree. The hammock matters. 2 of those lots have a beautiful hammock. Addressing the need for affordable homes for families that will become part of the community long-term matters. Obstacle number 1, the only BPAS allocations are for multifamily rentals and on-site management. Create a mechanism to trade existing regular affordable allocations for early out. Places like the Wet Net, Windley Point, Chica Lodge, the 8 units that haven't ever been used on Woods Avenue. There's also a lobbyist that works here. Maybe we could trade in some of those 300 that we got for ones that don't have the same restrictions. Obstacle number 2, protecting the natural environment of those 2 valued hammock lots. Use your available funding to remove exotics, improve the existing hardwood hammock on the 2 northernmost lots, and keep the ownership with the village. The proposals presented, according to the minutes of the meeting of the selection committee, both had their properties, their homes put on the 2 southernmost lots to leave the hammock. Why wouldn't we keep ownership of the hammock? Obstacle number 3, compatibility of the property with the neighborhood single-family community. Solution number 3, develop only those 2 most scarified lots to the south, 4 homes per lot as allowed, 8 single-family homes using the allocations from Solution 1 above. Happy neighborhood, long-term families with ownership homes, and a chance to improve a beautiful hardwood hammock controlled and improved by the village. For council action, you can delay it or approve the Habitat for Humanity proposal tonight with an 8-home limit instead of their 9, approve their ownership technique, provide time to acquire appropriate, affordable allocations. I think you can do that. The council could even consider making some minor improvements along the canal on one of the hammock lots to create minimal dockage and a picnic area for the neighborhood. The Islamorada Council can turn a serious neighborhood concern into a positive benefit for the community. Isn't that the right thing to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Marty?
Next up is Scott Goss.
Beam me up, Scotty.
I think I'll only just take a couple minutes, but I probably only get 3 minutes because Entity already spoke, but I'll be brief. Scott Goss, Plantation Key, Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity. Just wanted to just quickly clarify and just bring some more context for the Gardenia and the vacancies that were mentioned. I can tell you that there is not a day rarely a day that goes by that we don't get phone calls seeking applications for those Gardenia homes. The demand for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, or affordable housing that is suitable for families is overwhelming. Our vacancies do still exist at Winley Point, where there are 2 2s. So in our understanding, from what we see, the smaller the unit, the less desire there is. There is just overwhelming demand for our 3 2s, and that's really what we cater to home ownership opportunities. And the people the families that we partner with, yes, they have to do sweat equity between 250 and 350 hours, and we have to be compassionate and work with them on that. Sometimes it takes some time because the people that do partner with us, they usually are those families that are both working, single parents taking care of kids, trying to get, be part of the community, doing all the things that they need to do just to survive down here, and do sweat equity so that they can, finish the process with us to get an affordable house and call it home and give them a leg up and not a handout. And that's our model, and that's what we serve. And we see that there's still a major demand for those families down here. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
There are no other speakers.
Is that it? That's it? Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Help yourself.
Hi, I'm Angela Rowe. I live on Airstream Lane. One of the major problems we have with our street is our trash trucks, our fire trucks, our ambulances, anything. A boat comes down that road, it's one way. They have to back all the way out of that entire street. And it curves at the very end. And then you're going to add, 8 more houses? And that, the last proposal that we saw looked better, to have the 2 vacant lots have homes on them. But if you start adding up how many vehicles we're getting in there, it's crazy. And I always, have to wait forever just to go to work in Marathon every day at that stop sign because the traffic is so bad. So it's kind of a bad location. And what I do for a living for years has been subdivisions. And I don't see how you can adequately drive or provide driveways into that many lots or a road going around, what was originally proposed to get in there. There's just not enough space. So I would hate for anything to go through for all of this development without serious thought on what you're doing. And I appreciate you, opposing it at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don, can I speak real quick?
Scott, Captain, you're up.
Okay. Richard Black.
Richard, I'm sorry.
It's Islamorada. I just wanted to speak on a couple things. Deb, I know you huge concern on single people coming down to work. If you ask the majority of employees that at least that I've spoke to that work down here for construction crews and just in our hospitality, they actually prefer to live north. And let me also remind that there's 6,000 new homes being built 45 minutes away. So those are also going to be added to our workforce because those people are going to come down here and work too. So before we jump right into this project, I think we need to evaluate, let these other ones get finished and completed, and still look at our long term. I think they spoke that we need 3 2s. That's the most sought after thing. So maybe we need to go back to the county and see if we can trade these out to make this work for us. So thanks.
Thank you. It would be going to the state, by the way, Captain, but not to the county.
And I never said that I wanted all singles.
Come on up. Introduce yourself and...
Hi, Jill Marvel, actually 162 and 158
Can you? Thank you.
Jill Marvel, 162 and 158 Airstream. Just a couple points. You talked about postage size lots. So my concern as a homeowner on the street is density. You're just going to add, 10 more cars, maybe 20 more cars, maybe 30 more cars to our one little tiny street coming out of Airstream Lane, all trying to go north and south on US 1. So I definitely think there's a lot more thought that needs to go into this project. I'm also not opposed to affordable housing. I think it's wonderful. I sell real estate in Miami-Dade and Monroe County. I'm working with 2 current young first-time home buyers. I think young people still want to buy single-family homes. That is the American dream. I would disagree with some of the things council said. Anyway, I think it would be very valuable to just put in more thought into what actually should go on this property before we just, again, add density to an already congested area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marnie? That's it? Come on, last call. Somebody? Yes, ma'am, come on. Don't be shy. Only Anna's the one that'll bite, so don't worry about it.
Hi, Samantha Bauer. I live on Monroe Drive, right across from Airstream. And, I do feel a little bit more qualified to speak on behalf of young people in this community. We are looking to buy houses. I think, one, this area is not a great idea for it, for the nature of the hammocks that's already been spoken about. But I've been working at the Florida Keys Children's Shelter for the past 4 years, and I don't qualify for the affordable housing in the area because I don't make enough money. Affordable housing is a great idea in theory, but when we're talking about helping the working people of this community, we don't make enough money for those opportunities. We're not looking to rent anymore. We put most of our salary into our rentals as is, so I don't have the money to buy one of the houses. With that being said, too, with my job, we're talking about how grateful we are for the people who work with the community and the students. And at the high school, I'm a community-based counselor, so I get to work in the schools as well as at the shelter. And that's just not the case. That's not... I'm sorry. This makes me nervous.
It's all good. It's all good.
But yes, this is my first meeting down here. And it's just really upsetting to see that this is the solution for it. I don't know the pricing exactly, but every other affordable housing that I've applied for, I cannot make. And it has been my dream to own a house here in this community because there are so many children without parents, without houses to live in. We have a shortage of foster parents, and it's been not accessible for myself to move into a house with multiple bedrooms so I could foster the kids in this community that are also in need of homes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, last call. Anyone else want to step up? All right. Thank y'all so much. There's a motion on the floor and a second.
Yep.
Marnie, we call the roll?
Can we say what it is again? It's been
To
so
reject,
long.
the motion is to reject both proposals.
Yeah, motion to reject all bids.
Okay. Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
No.
And Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
The tab 13 was deferred. Tab 14 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving a purchase from Precision Electronic Services, Inc. for 2 variable frequency drives and ratifying expenditures incurred from Precision Electronic Services, Inc. for purchases to date and approval of additional expenses. Authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds. Authorize the village manager to execute the work authorizations, providing for a waiver of competitive bidding and providing for an effective date.
All right, good evening. I'll try to keep these short. The proposed VFDs that we have here will replace the existing spares that we have already put into service. These VFDs are refurbished units and will be utilized as new spare units for our vacuum pump stations. Maintaining these backup systems is critical to ensure immediate replacement capability in the event of a system failure and keep continuity of service. The 2 different size VFDs that are needed The larger one is for our LMK sewage pumps. It's a dual stage pumps and it's a higher horsepower pump. And then the other one will be utilized at all our other pumps as a backup system. If you have any questions, let me know.
Yep.
So both of these units are refurbished units?
Yes. Yes, our system is aging, and part of the capital improvement projects that we had mentioned earlier this evening, we'll be analyzing these systems and looking at future replacements.
Yeah, I thought when you and I talked that, of course, it was short because we were both on deadlines.
Correct.
That one was refurbished and one was new.
They are both refurbished.
They were both
One
refurbished.
is
Two
up
different
to 100
sizes.
horsepower, and one's only for 25 horsepower.
Okay. And you have or are providing for the rate study committee, the future needs? You've already talked with Tom about this
Correct, yes.
stuff?
Yes, these items are in our capital improvement
And
plan.
I think you told me that we have approximately 20 of them?
Yeah,
around
so
the
I actually
village?
looked at them. We have closer to 30.
30 of them. That's even worse. I mean,
Yes.
okay. That's all I want to know.
Steve? Anything? Nope. Anna? Vice Mayor? Not a thing. Anybody want to make a motion?
Any public comment?
Oh, we do. Let's do public comment.
We don't have anyone signed up for public comment.
In that case, I'll make a motion to approve.
Let's move it along. Second.
Motion is second.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
And motion passes 5-0.
All right.
15 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, ratifying purchases from Fortiline Waterworks from the beginning of fiscal year 2025 to 2026 through April 2026, authorizing additional purchases through the end of fiscal year 2025 to 2026, authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds, approving a waiver of competitive bidding, and providing for an effective date.
All right.
You're up again, AJ.
That's it. Fortiline is one of the village's primary suppliers for pipe materials for the wastewater department. These include pipe, repair couplers, valves, and other items needed for both new infrastructure and repairs. We compare prices with multiple vendors and always go with the lowest vendor. Fortiline has had lower prices, a lot more than the other vendors, so we have spent more money with Fortiline. This is why we are requesting to ratify the existing purchases and increase our not to exceed from $30,000 to just a little over $80,000. Included in this request is the in-kind project that we spoke about earlier this evening. This is a required project that for the DEP's consent order. The in-kind project will include SCADA monitoring of 6 of our ARV valves along our conveyance force main from the transfer station to Key Largo's wastewater treatment. It'll monitor any irregularities in the operation as far as air, the time, how many times it fires, things of that nature. We'll actually be able to utilize this data to see if there are any additional issues, and part of that report that will be brought back early this fall. This project specifically has an additional material cost of a little over $20,000 and is included in that increase. Have any questions?
Council, any questions, AJ? AJ, you say that this is an unbudgeted item and staff will present a budget amendment to increase the wastewater account accordingly. Where are you going to find the money?
It's within so it's listed as that, but it is, so like I said, we have multiple vendors. So when we come to you guys with not to exceeds, that includes Ferguson and some other vendors. Those are well under that limit, so it's kind of shifting that money from one vendor to another. The unbudgeted item is the $20,000 that's in the consent order.
Okay. Council, is there any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Council, any discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
You could have just told him no, and
I
could
could
just
tell
say
him that.
second and move along.
second to move along. Very good. Marty, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
I guess so.
The motion passes 5-0.
Money, money, money.
I know, it's always about.
16 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving the grant award agreement number FM 1246 between Islamorada Village of Islands and the Florida Department of Financial Services to provide reimbursement funding up to $360,000 for the purchase of a fireboat. Authorizing village manager to execute the agreement, authorizing village officials to implement the terms and conditions of the agreement, authorizing village manager to expend budgeted funds, and providing an effective date.
Terry Abel is on Zoom.
Oh my.
on.
Has he been there all night?
He's on
Yes.
Zoom.
Okay, Terry, you're up.
He's been there all night?
Terry, do you have a presentation for
I
us
have
on
been.
Zoom?
It's pretty painful from a hotel room, I'm not gonna lie.
No, you're going to have to come twice as much now that you're not here in person.
He's got a mini bar though.
Yeah.
I wish. So what you guys have before you is the third step in the boat process. Late 24, early 25, we came to you guys asking for permission to file for an appropriation, of which we did, for the purchase of a fireboat. And then early in July, late June, early July of 25, we were notified by the State Fire Marshal's office that the appropriation was approved come July 1. At said time, we were also mid-budget process for the 25-26 cycle, of which the money for the matching portion and the upfront cost of the boat, which is $360, was put in and approved into the budget come October 1. Come November, we made the purchase of the boat with a not to exceed at $275. We're currently at a contract price of a little over $230, which is well under the budgeted not to exceed, and definitely underneath the appropriations level. There is some matching funds that's required for the appropriation, but that can be covered by manning, by staffing, and by other aspects that we've been doing the entire time that's going to apply to both this boat and our current boat as well. So this is just the grant agreement for what has already been in motion for almost a year now. This is just the final actual grant agreement signing for the boat that we hope to have in delivery within the next 3 to 4 weeks. And that being said, it's pretty simple. Again, it's just paperwork for the third step. And here if you have any questions.
Council, any questions of Terry? Nope. Okay. Is there any public comment?
No, sir.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve. Can I have a second?
Second.
Marnie, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Off to 17.
17 is a
Thank
resolution
you,
of the Village.
Council. I apologize for having to come via Zoom. Have a good evening.
It's a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving residential B-Pass rankings and awarding residential building permit allocations for Q1 of 2026 and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Council. This is your first quarter 2026 residential market rate building permit allocation. Pursuant to Section 30-475 of the Code of Ordinances, the Council is required to take action after reviewing the building permit allocation system evaluation report. Pursuant to Resolution 25-11-125, adopted on November 13th, 2025, one market rate residential allocation was made available for 2026 through BPAS. One market rate without land dedication is available for distribution in Q1 of 2026. And at the close of Q1 in 2026, and there was a typo here, it's 39 applications for market rate residential permits were in the BPAS queue awaiting building permit allocations awards. The market rate residential applications have been evaluated, scored, and ranked according to the criteria outlined in the Village Code, Section 30-476. And the application recommended for approval is permit number PRSFC 2021-100688 with 20 points submitted by Jacqueline Wren Ekblom on August 5th, 2021 at 2:07 p.m. for parcel ID 004-33080-000000. The proposed resolution approves the residential BPAS rankings and awarding market rate permit number building permit allocation for Q1 of 2026. And as an FYI, this would be our last market rate allocation that we would award at this time. We have no more until we receive whatever we would receive from the county of the 900 that was given to us. So at this time, the staff recommends that you approve the resolution and award this market rate allocation.
Thank you. Council, any discussion? This is the last BPAS allocation.
This is it.
And where are we at on the ones that we're going to receive from the?
Yes, I have a call with Commerce about another issue on Thursday, and I plan to, they want to talk about how we're going to receive those, so I'm going to ask them when they want to set that call up as well. So I'll know more later this week.
Do you anticipate that to be a comp plan change that has to happen to where we can?
Yes.
How those are going to get allocated?
Yes.
And are we going to be able to have time to put that into this current comp plan? So that we're not doing a revision to our current comp plan that we're working on?
It will definitely go in the
one that we're working
update that
on.
we're working on. The question would be, do we want to do it before that gets adopted? But depending on what we think about SB 180 and if we're going to wait till October, we haven't fully fleshed all that out yet because of SB 180. So we may want to do it sooner than that, I would assume.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any public comment?
I think Deb has a question.
Excuse me?
I think Deb has a question.
Okay, well, hang on, Deb. Is there any public comment?
Yes, Sue Miller would like to speak.
Sue?
Did you miss me? Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. I just had a question about the format of the list remaining in BPAS.
Yeah.
It was,
There was some-
in the agenda package, there was a whole bunch of garbage.
Yeah, it was.
And I didn't understand whether it was something I needed to know about.
No, that's just additional rows in the Excel spreadsheet that normally doesn't get seen by anyone, and it wasn't. It was a mistake.
Oh,
shouldn't
so
have been there.
I don't need to know about it?
No.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No, sir.
Deb, you had a comment?
I did. I'm not sure it's not too late that I forgot it already.
We got
It was,
6 minutes. We have plenty of time.
I know. It was related to, the 72. If we do a comp plan change for the current comp plan, not the one we're working on, the current one, doesn't that take like 4 months? And isn't that going to put us all the way to October? And if we wait and see how this is going in October, we've still got 4 months that we're going to need to do a comp plan change?
Right,
You're
but
following what I'm trying to say?
I think I follow what you're saying. You're saying if we do one in the current comp plan, isn't that going to take us to the time frame it would take us to adopt the? But what I maybe didn't so eloquently say, because it's almost 10:30 at night, is that we still haven't really discussed, John and I don't think have really discussed the effects of SB 180 and how that would play on our new comp plan, and whether or not
when we'd get that
when we would be able to fully adopt the comp plan, and whether it would have to wait till October of 2027, which could be a problem.
My recommendation would be that we do this, we adopt this with our current comp plan, and then also incorporate it into the one that's coming in, which may be delayed as a result of SB 180. It likely will be delayed.
But at this point in time, we don't know when we're getting it, so we can't decide how to do, or I suppose we could decide, but we can't turn it in until we get the new allocations, right?
Correct, and we also want to work with Commerce to make sure that they're comfortable with the mechanism that we're creating,
We're
so that
working
it
on.
makes it smooth on the back end when it gets approved, if it gets
Okay.
approved.
The allocations are there. We just
Yeah, but
have to
they're-
have a law in order to get them. They've already given us the they've already said the allocations are there, but we have to have a comp plan and LDRs in order for them to bring them to us.
So the 900 have been allocated to the county.
They have been allocated.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the county hasn't gotten a mechanism to allocate them to us yet, is what I understood. Maybe I've got that wrong.
the county's doing a comp plan amendment as well to be able to get there.
And
So
that's
but
part
they're-
of that, and then the conversation I have to have with Commerce about how we accept them and how that
Right.
looks in our comp plan.
So sooner than later, we ought to at least have a conversation because we know somewhere along the way, we will get 72.
Yeah, that's why
And we
I'm
need
hoping
to
we start
divide.
working on that now.
Yes,
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
where I'm going with this.
Yeah, not waiting until after, but do it now.
Right.
So that when it
And-
all flows
yes.
together. I think we're gonna have an argument with Senate Bill 180 regardless.
I do
and- And, because a lot of the things in our new comp plan are gonna be considered, more stricter or whatever, however that word is that they use, so. Anyway,
Back to the subject at hand
yeah,
tonight.
right. So we need a motion. and a
Motion to
second.
approve the grand finale to a great person.
Very good.
And I'll second that.
Marty, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yep.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Hang in there, Hattie, we're almost to you, kiddo. Hang in there.
Before I begin, we'd have to extend again.
Yeah.
Extend again.
15 minutes?
Motion to extend 15 minutes.
Motion to extend 15 minutes. Now you're under the clock.
All right, so 18 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving non-residential building permit allocation system rankings and awarding non-residential building permit allocations for Q1 of 2026 and providing for an effective date.
So this is your approval of the first quarter of 2026 non-residential building permit allocation. Pursuant to Code Section 30-475, the Village Council is required to act after reviewing the building permit allocation system evaluation report. The remaining available total of non-residential square feet for allocation in 2026 is 47,164 square feet. This is the first allocation for 2026. There is one application for non-residential BPAS in the queue awaiting award in Q1. The proposed resolution approves the non-residential building permit allocation system ranking and award pursuant to Comprehensive Plan Policy 1-3.1.11 and Village Code Section 30-476. One non-residential application was submitted in Q1. The application from the non-residential BPAS category is recommended for approval and is identified as PRCOB 2024-01185 Pines and Palms Resort LLC. The date of the application was 3/31/26 on parcel number 004050900-000200. The floor area requested by the applicant is 177 square feet. If approved, 46,987 square feet of non-residential floor area will remain in BPAS for allocation. At this time, staff recommends approval of the allocation of non-residential BPAS.
Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. Marnie, is there any?
No.
Okay, is there any council discussion? What's the 177 square feet for? Can I ask that?
I believe it's for a bathroom.
For a bathroom? Okay, very good. Do I have a motion to approve a bathroom at Pines and
I'll
Palms?
make a motion to approve the square footage.
Square footage. Do I have a
Second.
second? We have a second. Motion is second. Marley, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
It's the Hattie Show.
19 is an ordinance on first reading. It's an ordinance for Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 2 Administration, Article 2-Roman numeral 4 Finance, Division 24-2 Purchasing, amending Section 2-36 Authority of Village Manager to update the signing authority of checks, amending Section 2-37 Guidelines to provide for increased amounts in purchasing authority, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, council. We're all still awake. So I'm bringing this to you guys just because our thresholds haven't been updated since 2007. This would increase the purchasing authority to $50,000. It would align with peer municipalities, improve operational efficiency. It would remove a lot of items from your agendas and create a lot more efficiency for staff. So let me know if you have any questions.
Council, any questions of Hattie? Oh, okay.
Only if you're going to oversee him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You know it.
All right. Is there any public comment?
I guess I have something.
Okay. I'm sorry?
I appreciate the extra information that you sent us recently about this, because I was a bit concerned that the $50,000 just sort of seemed to be random, kind of taken out of thin air. I don't necessarily adhere to the comps either. You know, Marathon's very different than Isla Mirada, for instance.
It's difficult to find good comps.
And I understand the concept here. It's going to make staff's life a little bit easier, might make our life a little bit easier. But in the end, I think that there is an argument to be made to raise it maybe to say 30 or 35,000, because I happen to believe that I think some bids come in under that, so they can expedite it. I think that we get a lot of, and that was one of the things I wanted to see, is how many thresholds were somewhere in between 25 to 50,000. I didn't get to see that information, because I think if we go to 50,000, we're going to get a lot that are 49.95 now, instead of, you know, obviously the 25,000 is different than 50. I hope you understand what I'm saying this late date. Something that's going to be underneath what the threshold is that he can immediately sign a check for without coming to council. So that's just my take on it.
We would still be abiding by all of our purchasing guidelines, still
Of course.
going out for bids, still getting quotes, nothing else would change for that. And our thought process was, you know, just if you're approving all these items in the budget already, for example, just not to exceeds for the year. Two of the items that AJ just presented were vendors that he had to come back and get further approval for because he just exceeded that $25,000. And realistically, a lot of these items are very expensive, and it would just create
And
less
already
time for you guys.
already in the budget.
And already approved in the budget, yes.
And still gone through the procurement process with the bidding, through the bid and all.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I think I understand that. I think it's just sort of a mechanism for transparency for the public to see how these things get done before, you know, after the fact. It doesn't seem to be burdensome to come back if it's if it exceeded the original amount. So I'm not going to die on this hill, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents in that I think that, you know, maybe somewhere in between 25 and 50,000 might be a little bit more appropriate to start out. We can come back next year and maybe increase that if we see that there's a significant amount of purchasing above that.
Deb?
I think we ought to go with the 50. Over the course of how long ago? 2007?
7.
That's what I thought.
Almost,
Things have, we all have seen it in our own businesses, our own lives. Prices have almost doubled, so even though I was buying a gallon of bleach or whatever, 7 years ago, that same money won't buy a gallon of bleach these days. So if you're buying one-on-one, you're still buying one, but it's a whole lot more money today. So I really think we ought to move this up. I appreciate your thought of that, but since it's been 2007, I think we ought to move it to 50.
2007, the price per square foot for a house back in 2007 was about $250 a square foot. It's about over $600 a square foot right now. So the prices have gone up. And that's not a Rain Man thing. It's just the old guy in a room. So anyway, is there any public? Thank you, Kathy. Is there any public comment?
Sue Miller.
Sue? No? I don't blame you, Sue. Okay, all right. Public comments closed. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion second. Marnie, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, come on, guys. You got.
Yep. Number 20, it's an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, creating Chapter 66 Waterways, Article 1 in general, Section 66-4, restricted activities in public and private marinas of the Village Code to create a human-powered vessel and non-vessel activity exclusion zone in public and private marinas, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. If you all recall, this was before you all maybe 7 or 8 months
With a
ago.
fly.
There was a request, there were some issues in terms of swimming in marinas that were creating health safety hazards. And there was a request to, by at least one of the marinas to create no swimming and no human-powered vessel zones in the marinas. And that came back before you. Council asked to bring it back at a future date after discussion had been had with the other marinas, which I believe is what Mr. Harris can speak to. So this has now been vetted and discussed with the other marinas within the village as well.
Very good.
Thank you for that intro. That was where you left it off the last time. You wanted to find out what other marinas other than Robbie's was having this problem and to get a consensus from them before bringing an ordinance back. That occurred. I reached out to 13 marinas and restaurants like Lorelei, people on the water that experience a lot of boat traffic. And everybody that I talked to agreed with the ordinance. And I asked them to please give me their logo so I could attach it to the letter instead of it looking like the Declaration of Independence with 13 signatures from people you may or may not recognize. I provided a letter that has those signatures. One hitch in this wagon was that we also took it to nearshore water quality, or nearshore water. And so when nearshore water heard it, we were lucky enough to have Sheriff Officer Nelson there to review the ordinance, and he raised a concern about the enforceability as it applied to human-powered vessels. So some of that language still remains in the draft you have. If you're going to, and I promised Diane, I said, go home, Diane, I can handle this part. So that if you wanted to accept the recommendation from Nearshore Water, it would be to remove the sections that deal with human-powered vessels, because Nelson said those would be almost impossible to enforce because you couldn't selectively enforce human-powered vessels that you wanted to have there versus the ones that were fishing in there and causing a problem. So he said you should just take it out. So whatever your pleasure is, if you want to take it out, I will make sure that it's taken out, and then I will provide that to Ron and to John and make sure that all those references are taken out. Otherwise, we leave them in there, and the one that's before you have some removed and some still in there. So it was the product of the day after the nearshore water quality meeting. So whatever you want to do, I will make the changes and get them to staff.
I got a question then. So we would be approving an ordinance creating no swimming in marinas?
That is correct, sir.
And so you'd still be able to do a kayak and a paddleboard?
Yes. Kayak and
you'd still be able to fish?
Yes, unfortunately. But what it's going to do is it's going to remove the folks that are coming in from land and wading in to the different marinas. And it's not just Robbie's that's had this issue and are fishing. You've heard about the problems that they've had in front of the flat at Robbie's. This is also happening in 2 or 3 other marinas, and this is the best we can do at enforcing or at least curtailing some of the bad behavior. We can't do it all because it's all navigable waters or exclusive jurisdiction of the state. We can't tell people they can't fish from a kayak, unfortunately, which is what we were trying to do, and Nelson said bad idea. So that probably needs to come out of the ordinance, but the snorkeling and the swimming and the wading, we can still regulate. And that's what this ordinance will do. We'll target it to the areas that Nelson says the Sheriff's Department feels comfortable enforcing, and that is about as good as we're going to be able to get.
But this letter that you had signed by these other 12 businesses or marinas specifically talked about getting rid of day trippers and paddleboard and kayak and swimming and wading and all of those things.
That is correct, because that letter was drafted before we went to nearshore water.
So would they still be in agreement with us just get rid of, so it just says no swimming?
There were representatives at nearshore water, and Angler's House was there, and they're not even a signature to the letter. They were there in support, and they understood the reason that that needed to come out of the ordinance.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
No.
Council? Okay, well,
The letter,
the letter.
Did that come
we-
separate?
It was not, it was just handed to me.
We
tonight.
only had one copy that was received this evening.
I had
so-
asked for a copy the other
no wonder
day.
I'm frantically looking for the
Yeah,
letter.
no.
Yeah, it wasn't in your packet, so I
I asked for, because
brought a
remember,
copy.
we asked, was there buy-in from other marinas? And so Ty scrambled around to get these other marinas to sign off.
And of course, my printer
He
went.
plagiarized their logos so that
Of
he could
course
put
he
them
did.
on.
I plagiarized their logos with their permission.
Very good, thank you, sir. Thanks for the clarification. Anyway, so there's a proposal to create an ordinance for no swimming in marinas. Is there a motion?
No
Well,
swimming.
I think as long as the marinas are all involved, are into it, and near shore and sheriff's office is all in agreement to whatever they draft, then
Okay,
motion to move forward with that.
motion to approve.
I'll second.
Excluding the human power.
Yes.
Excluded, yes,
excluded,
it's-
yeah.
that's why I
And this
read it.
is-
That's why we're
I read
changing
it
it.
that way. All
This
we're
is-
doing is Horace Greg, no swimming in marinas.
And this is an ordinance, so we'll see it on a second read, correct?
Yes?
That's correct, yes.
And we'll see the revisions.
So we'll see the revisions
Yes.
before a second read.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'll second, I think you first,
There's
right?
motion and a second. Marnie, will you call the roll?
I'm sorry, remind me who made the motion?
Me?
Anna did.
Thank you.
That's a yes.
Deb made the second.
Okay, so, and Councilmember Ann Richards? Yeah.
Yes.
And Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
You got
It's
1 minute.
4:02.
Are we going to do this?
I'll make a motion to extend 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
We won't be here 10 minutes.
Killing me.
It could be.
Go, and go.
The good news is the two are companions. One's a comp plan and one's a LDR. It's 21 is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending policy 1-3.1.3, institute a program for transfer of development rights of the Islamorada Comprehensive Plan by amending procedures and eligibility criteria for the transfer of development rights, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date upon approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce.
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone's evening going tonight?
You're wasting time. You're wasting time.
Be careful what you say.
As John clearly stated, this is our ordinance, our comp plan amendment and our LDR for the TDR banking that was requested by council that we are moving forward. So as you may remember, we've had some situations come up where property owners have development rights on their property that they'd like to sell the property, but they don't know what to do with the property right, the development rights. So we are trying to institute this banking program or registration program, whatever you want to call it, that would allow greater flexibility for the owners of the TDRs. The attached comp plan amendment does that, and then the ordinance spells out the more specifics of the application process. It does require that they apply to the village, include a habitat analysis with the application, and that a GOSIA will be required on the sender site in the hammock areas, the tropical hardwood hammock areas of the sender site, and the site shall be maintained free of all invasive exotic vegetation. At the meeting, its meeting on February 23rd, 2026, the LPVA voted unanimously on both our ordinances for approval, recommending approval. So there's really not much else to say. Unless you have questions, I'm here to answer them.
Council, any questions of staff? I got a question.
I got an answer.
I've got a 100 by 100 foot lot, and I have a 20-foot swath of native trees.
Yes, sir.
Is that a hammock?
Well, without seeing a habitat analysis and a veg survey, I can't tell you that, sir.
So would a Habitat, and Daniel is very familiar with HEI, so Daniel is,
That's
if
why
I have a
Daniel stayed
100
all
by
night long.
100 foot lot, and I have a 20-foot by 20-foot area on there that is thickly vegetated with native trees, but it's 400 square foot out of a 100 by 100 area, is that a hammock?
The habitat analysis is required as part of the process.
Would
So
the
it'd be
habitat analysis call that a hammock?
I don't know, I'm not the biologist, the private biologist that's calling that hammock, so.
How many of you HEIs have you reviewed? Lots.
It's got to be over 300 of this.
Have you ever seen one that would call a 20 by 20 swath on a 100 by 100 lot a hammock?
No, that would more likely be disturbed with hammock.
Disturbed with hammock. And then, so because they would take the property in its totality in order to come up with is the property a hammock or not?
Right, every property is unique, so we, we'd have to take a look at it, but if the rest is scarified and there's only a 20-foot swath, then it's unlikely that it would be hammock.
I don't like the term unlikely.
Well, the two adjacent lots next to it that you didn't tell me are high-quality hammock, and this connects them, then, each property is
Then
different.
all of a sudden it would. So if I had a house on there and it was 20 by 20 and it was disturbed with hammock, I could go in there and do an addition on my house, and I could clear and pay mitigation or replant for what I've cleared so that I could do that addition.
Right, disturbed with hammock is less than low, medium, or high-quality hammock, and there's
Right.
no conservation easement required for disturbed with hammock.
So would you require on something like that a conservation easement on a 100 by 100 lot if I was to clear 10 by 10 out of that 20 by 20? Would you require?
If the 20 by 20 hypothetical area is not hammock, then there's no easement required.
But that would also be called a hammock if the next door neighbor was a hammock, undisturbed piece of property.
It all depends on the HEI we get as part of the application process.
Okay, all right. I can't approve it that way. I mean, I think the word hammock has gotten so bastardized through the years that we now have the ability to take somebody and make them lock up a small piece of their property in a conservation easement when we've continued to make lawbreakers out of our citizens by locking up properties in conservation easements. There were years ago that I actually had lengthy discussions with the state, and the state agreed at some point to allow those people on these postage size stamp lots, the 60 by 110s, the 70 by 100s, to release themselves from the GOSIAs that were placed on those lots, because they recognize that people still have to live on their pieces of property. And so we don't really accomplish anything by locking up a 20 by 20 little piece of area, and it's just too wide open for maybe not you, but the next biologist or the biologist after that that's going to start doing this to people when there's really not a reason to.
Right.
I remember there was a city biologist one time many years ago when I was trying to change a piece of property on the old road that declared that piece of property where the guy's building a tennis court right now a hammock, when the invasive exotic task force would train on that piece of property, and it had 7 native trees on it, and the remainder of that 200 by 400 piece of property was invasive exotics, but she called it a hammock.
Wow.
And so it's all left up to the discretion. I think I personally think we ought to fine tune this code to where it's not so onerous on people, where somebody can just say, oh, it's a hammock. Next door is a hammock, so I'm going to call this part a hammock. I just don't think that's fair on the citizens of Islamorada. So, anyway, that's just me. Sorry.
It's late.
I know it's late, but it's just not right. Anyway, is there any public comment?
Yes.
Yes, Sue.
Sue Miller.
Sue.
Hold up. Motion to extend.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was at 10:44. It was at 10:44, we said 10 minutes.
Okay. There's a,
11 o'clock.
Can
You're
I
done.
have 5 minutes?
I'm done, I'm sorry. Sue, carry on, we're good till 11.
What if I talk slow? So I think that there are too many questions that I have about this. I don't know whether you completely confused me with your conversation, but I fear the exact opposite of what you're worried about. I say, what happens if someone comes in? If you remember the property that's on the south side of Gimpy Gulch, that, I think, is classified as a hammock. And yet that property used to be mowed when I moved here.
It did, sure right.
And so if you're letting a property sit with the TDR on the property, we have a danger of people scarifying it intentionally to do what you're saying, when I say we need to make sure that property is protected, because if it's in a hammock-type environment, the hammock will come back, even if it's scarified. If you take that, look at that property, it's a beautiful hammock that was once mowed. And so if you're letting a vacant property that's sitting right next to a hammock sit, the hammock is going to return.
Maybe.
And the TDR banking does not address enough of the TDR, in my opinion. What about density? Are you going to bank density, or are you just going to bank building rights? It just refers to TDRs. It doesn't refer to what type of TDR. I thought that whole thing was just so confusing. I didn't know what it was talking about. Thank you. I don't think you should separate a building right from a property.
I got you. The way I look at it, Sue, is we got a basket of marbles, and that basket is just about full. All of our allocations are gone, and the basket is full. It doesn't matter if you move a marble from the bottom of the basket to the top of the basket, it's still the same number of marbles. And that's what we're doing with TDRs. But you would be retiring the development right on the property that it comes from, going to the other one. So you're still keeping the basket with the same number of marbles. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But aren't we going to develop a new comprehensive plan shortly? And we might have limits on the way we transfer TDRs. Isn't it important to create diversity to preserve diversity in a community? Right now, you look at the number of TDRs that have been transferred from 400 square foot dwelling units that become 8,000 square foot homes. And that is changing the diversity of our community, and perhaps our new comp plan should address that. So until we figure out how to protect the diversity of Alamorada, I don't think we should mess with TDRs.
Well, a house is a house, and there's
No, it's
houses
not.
all over
A hou-
Alamorada that have gone from small to large. There's lots of them on Carroll Street that happened to. There's houses
Thank
all
you.
over the place that there's no one would stop. If I had a 500 square foot house on my piece of property in Indian Harbor, no one would stop me from turning that into a 2,000 square foot house. I mean, I could go in tomorrow and get a permit to expand that.
Yeah, that's perfectly legal. But I'm saying maybe that's something that we should consider shouldn't be done the same way we're doing it now.
Well, maybe that's a discussion we should have when we bring Able City back.
Right,
Yes.
exactly. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Is there any other public comment?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there a motion to?
Yeah. I know it's late. If I could just have 30 seconds. So this came at the direction of council to create this banking system.
Yes.
And Jennifer and I worked really hard on it to try to get it to accomplish the task that was tasked of us, and also get it to a level that we think Commerce can approve it. So, and I would also add that the environmental protections in this is the same exact protections that already exists in the TDR code. It's just transferred over to this new program that now falls within the TDR code.
Thank you.
And the other point I would make too, to Mr. Mayor, about the conversation regarding the single-family lots that are postage stamped with GOSIAs, that is an internal conversation we've been having. I don't speak for Jennifer, I speak for myself, and that I agree with you that it doesn't accomplish the intent of the code to have a 5-foot ring around a property that's 100 by 60 that is protected under GOSIA. It's complicated to try to solve that problem, but that is discussions we're having internally, and if you would like to have further conversations, I would love to have that with you.
I'd love to have that. The state actually got real close to approving it. It was our planning director that wouldn't advance it, and we were actually going to have a fee that people would have paid to release themselves from that GOSIA, and that money would have gone directly into the Affordable Housing Mitigation Fund for land acquisition. So that we could acquire pieces of property that would be worthy of conserving in the future.
Thank you.
Anyway, there's not a motion. Do we have a motion to approve this?
We have 30 seconds. What do we do?
I don't hear a motion. There's no motion. John, if there's no motion, does it fail because there's no motion?
It would fail. I mean, you could do a motion to reject it also, or to reject, defer, or just if you take no action, then it would just linger.
I'd make a motion that we go back and revisit this and see if we can fine tune this a little bit better.
Continue with the internal conversations of the
And
GOSIAs.
to continue with the internal conversation with him, with staff.
GOSIAs.
Yes. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second.
Watching.
It's the hour of the night.
Marnie, will you call the roll?
20 seconds.
Mayor Don Horton.
Whoever
Yes.
canceled Thursday did it.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Don't ever do one meeting again or I'm going to kill you.
That was my fault, and if
It's
you
not
remember, we
his
scheduled
fault.
this a long time ago.
We did. It's not his
It was a
fault.
long time ago because I was going,
But that's not his fault.
it makes it, look, we've been getting over it. Is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn. Bye.